Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, French-British collaboration. However, the previous behavior of the Russian Empire makes me deeply doubt the credibility of the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His tone was so casual, but he seemed to have an unquestionable aura. "Your Excellency" means. Vladimirovich looked suspiciously at Jerome Bonaparte, whose position did not allow him to speak ill of the Russian Empire. "Could it be that Mr. Special Envoy forgot?" Jerome Bonaparte said to Vladimirovich with a playful smile on his face. As early as half a year ago, the agreement between the Russian Empire and the French Republic was made. Vladimirovich suddenly realized. He hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "I'm very sorry. Regarding this matter, I forgot to explain it to you, because I have been too busy recently. His Majesty cherishes the friendship of the French Republic, but also do not want to lose the friendship with the Kingdom of Prussia. Although our foreign minister agrees with your proposal, my monarch is more concerned that all the brothers and friends in Europe can get along closely." Vladimirovich rambled on a lot of diplomatic terms, the core of which was that the tacit agreement signed between the Russian Empire and the French Republic had gone bankrupt. However, the Russian Empire was still willing to maintain good friendly relations with the French Republic. Jerome Bonaparte, who had no hope of taking the Rhineland through diplomatic means, was not disappointed. The unspoken rule in the field of diplomacy is that the paper that has not been signed is the paper in the toilet. The verbal agreement itself is meant to be torn up. Furthermore, even if an agreement is signed, as long as one party chooses not to recognize the agreement, it will be of no use what the other party is saying. The future Nicholas II signed a joint defense agreement between Germany and Russia in the German Empire under the flicker of his cousin Wee. After returning to St. Petersburg, Nicholas II finally understood this. After being dissuaded by his ministers, the agreement only unilaterally bound the Russian Republic, and immediately ordered the ministers to declare that the Mutual Defense Agreement was an invalid agreement after deliberation by the State Duma. Under an absolute monarchy, the agreement signed by the monarch is declared invalid, which is enough to show that the so-called agreement is just a piece of paper to wipe the buttocks. When an agreement is beneficial to both parties will naturally abide by the agreement. When the agreement is unfavorable to either party, relying on diplomats to talk out of their mouths can make the other party obey. That is not called diplomacy, and simply change the name to Yuri. Besides, aside from the facts, the Russian Empire is 99% responsible for treachery to tear up the verbal agreement. Isn't the French Republic 1% responsible? Having said that, Jerome Bonaparte still sneered. According to the conventional, if every country is like the Russian Empire, then the entire European diplomatic system will probably become a piece of paper. At a time when everyone will be proud to tear up the agreement, religion, morality, and order in Europe will be wiped out. Jerome Bonaparte turned to a pitiful face and continued, "I'm afraid that the French Republic will have to go with the flow in the chaotic order." Subtext: the French Republic is likely not to be embarrassed and directly attack the stud. Vladimirovich naturally understood Jerome Bonaparte's subtext, and his face showed a hint of anger. The Bonaparte family is really thinking about their glorious history all the time. Right now, all countries have just emerged from the vortex of war, and it is not the time for a head-on conflict with the French Republic. Vladimirovich and the others must choose to be patient. Only after re-establishing the broken Holy Alliance and orthodox principles can they be able to truly contain and crush the ambitions of the French Republic. The Russian Empire does not oppose the French Republic's pursuit of maintaining the European order, and we also hope that the French Republic will become a pole of Europe. Vladimirovich said in a vain attempt to accept the French Third Republic's integration into Europe as a bait to temporarily appease the French Republic. However, how did Vladimirovich know that in Jerome Bonaparte's heart, beating the Russians was already the most important position? Even if Vladimirovich is hyped, don't let Jerome Bonaparte stop the pace of the war against Russia. All his actions are to cover up the war against the Russian Empire. In a few years Vladimirovich had a warm and friendly conversation with Jerome Bonaparte. The two sides met candidly, exchanged views, and enhanced mutual understanding. All in all, this brief meeting was meaningful. The reality is that Vladimirovich and Jerome Bonaparte did not reach anything in the next conversation. Whether it is the German question or the Near East question, Vladimirovich was always on his side. After the special envoy Vladimirovich left, Jerome Bonaparte called Walewski again. "Your Excellency." Walewski respectfully responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "Call Ambassador Cowley for me." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Walewski. There was a surprised expression on Walewski's face. He didn't understand what the government wanted to do. Besides, a consul deliberately bypassed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to summon the diplomatic ambassador, which was somewhat inconsistent with the rules of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Although Walewski was a little confused, he naturally dutifully followed Jerome Bonaparte's orders. After Walewski left, Jerome Bonaparte got up and stretched his muscles and called Moka, the General Secretary of the Tuileries Palace. After more than 2 years of training, Moka has the qualifications to be on his own point. If it weren't for the lack of manpower at the Tuileries Palace, Jerome Bonaparte would have long considered transferring Moka to a certain department as Secretary of State. "Your Majesty." Mercury bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "Prepare some pastries and coffee. Remember, it's English pastries." "Wait a minute, take it to the study," Jerome Bonaparte said to Moka. "Yes." Moka obeyed and left. About 15 minutes later, Moka came to the study with an aluminum tray containing pastries and coffee. Put the pastries into cups of steaming coffee on the sofa and leave. Jerome Bonaparte sat back on the sofa and waited quietly for the arrival of British Ambassador Cowley. Not long after, Walewski entered the study with British Ambassador Cowley. Jerome Bonaparte rose to meet Cowley. "Your Excellency," Cowley said respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte, "please take a seat." Jerome Bonaparte invited Ambassador Cowley to take a seat. Once again, Walewski carefully closed the door and left the study. Cowley and Jerome Bonaparte were sitting on the sofa. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the pastries on the table and said to Ambassador Cowley, "Mr. Ambassador, I hope these preparations will satisfy you." "Thank you so much." Ambassador Cowley glanced at the English-style pastries on the table to express his gratitude to Jerome Bonaparte, and then went straight to the topic. "I don't know. What is the reason for your visit to me, Your Excellency?" "I don't know. What does your country think of the Russian Empire's behavior in the Near East?" Jerome Bonaparte put away his smile and asked Ambassador Cowley with a serious expression. "The Russian Empire has maintained the stability of the Near East." Ambassador Cowley, who did not understand Jerome Bonaparte's attitude, would obviously not speak frankly about the British Kingdom's disgust for the Russian Empire. Diplomatic isolation has always been a taboo for the British Kingdom. Could it be that the United Kingdom is not at all concerned that the power of the Russian Empire will affect the imbalance in the Near East? Jerome Bonaparte asked Ambassador Cowley again. "I don't think the Russian Empire would do something so irrational." Ambassador Cowley replied to Jerome Bonaparte in a tactful manner. "Come on." Jerome Bonaparte responded disdainfully. "Have they done a few irrational actions? The territory of the Russian Empire is not something that other peoples volunteered to give to Russia for their enthusiastic support of the Tsar." Haha. Ambassador Cowley was amused by Jerome Bonaparte's joke. "Your Excellency, you may be right." "Your Excellency, Ambassador." Jerome Bonaparte's tone became more and more serious. "If it is said that nearly 10 million Slavs in the Balkans are charging under the Tsar's flag, by that time, the Balkans and even Constantinople will be charged. Can you really stand it?" Jerome Bonaparte's words made Ambassador Cowley show a serious expression. "I believe that the Tsar of the Russian Empire and his subjects will restrain their actions." Restrain? It's really at that point. Riyadh1.com. Who can resist? Victory is at hand. The Duchy of the Danube is only one step away from Constantinople. Jerome Bonaparte continued to Cowley constantly promote the Russian threat theory. "Your Excellency, the United Kingdom will not interfere with the freedom of movement of any country, which is the birthright of every country, but they should obey the corresponding order. If any country tries to threaten the order, then all the consequences will be it should all be borne by the corresponding country." Minister Cowley cryptically expressed the attitude of the United Kingdom behind him and French point the attitude of the United Kingdom under the Whig Party was as expected by Jerome Bonaparte. If the Whigs were as conservative in foreign affairs as the Tories, there was no way a sharp-edged fellow like Palmerston would be in the cabinet. France respects the diplomatic concept of the Kingdom of Great Britain, and we also hope to contribute to European peace. Jerome Bonaparte also implicitly expressed the need for France to expand its influence. In this regard, we hope there is a deeper exchange between the British kingdoms. The Kingdom of Great Britain welcomes the French Republic to the World's Fair. Chapter 302, French Expeditionary Force. The British ambassador and the supreme ruler of the French Republic reached a certain degree of consensus in laughter, swords, and swords. Your Excellency, the coffee at the Tuileries Palace is really delicious. Ambassador Cowley, who was in a good mood, took the coffee in his hand and savored it carefully, with an inexplicable smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth, as if the words meant something else. If you don't dislike it, Mr. Ambassador can often visit the Tuileries Palace. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Ambassador Cowley. The next meeting point might be Brussels. Ambassador Cowley replied, seemingly casually. Ambassador Cowley's response gave a subtle expression to Jerome Bonaparte's expression. Ambassador Cowley's intention was clearly to say that France itself may have an unfavorable introduction to Belgium. The separation of the French-speaking regions of southern Belgium is an eternal pain for the whole of France. The former France had the opportunity to recover these lands in 1830, but due to the cowardly diplomacy of the July dynasty and the fear of the revolution by the powers, France completely lost this opportunity. After Jérôme Bonaparte's coup d'état became the supreme consul of France, voices related to Belgium and the Treaty of 1815 appeared in Paris. As time passed, this voice intensified. Radicals believed that France should take back its French-speaking land. Conservatives also believed that Belgium should obey France's orders, and many visionaries believed that Belgium should join the French-led customs union. In short, both conservatives and radicals are already in Simazeau's heart for Belgian peeping. Among them there are shadows of Bonapartists hidden behind the scenes, who are mainly instructed to advocate the Francophone customs union. Jerome Bonaparte naturally understood that Ambassador Cowley and the British Kingdom behind him were worried about France peeping at Belgium, and he quickly responded, France intends to maintain the existing order in Western Europe, and we will not engage in any co-hegemony. Relevant things. All ethnic groups and countries live in harmony. Jerome Bonaparte also used a fluent diplomatic tone to express to Ambassador Cowley that France respects Belgium's existing sovereignty issues and will never make a big news in Belgium. Please tell Minister Palmerston that France respects all his efforts to maintain peace in Europe in 1831. Facts have proved that Palmerston's efforts are indeed conducive to peace in Western Europe. Jerome Bonaparte then answered to Ambassador Cowley. The so-called Treaty of 1831 refers to the Treaty of Recognition of Belgian Permanent Neutrality signed by British, French, and Russian OP after Belgian independence in 1831. This treaty can be said to be Palmerston's pinnacle. The second son served as the King of Belgium, which alienated France and Russia, thereby isolating the two countries from each other, and then winning over Austria and Prussia, and trying to force Russia and France to obey the actions of Britain. Belgium's permanent neutrality prerogative is determined at the bottom line that can be tolerated by the interests of all parties. Although the Kingdom of the Netherlands was reluctant to recognize Belgium's independence, the Netherlands was no match for Belgium without the help of the great powers. Finally, 9 years later, in 1839, the Netherlands pinched its nose and recognized the Belgian kingdom as a country. Oh. So, Your Excellency, you agree with Minister Palmerston's original treaty? Ambassador Cowley was very interested in Jerome Bonaparte's response. Of course, France firmly upholds the right to permanent neutrality of the Kingdom of Belgium. If any country dares to violate Belgium's sovereignty, France must be the first to refuse. Jerome Bonaparte responded decisively to Ambassador Cowley. I can hear this from Your Excellency. I think Your Excellency Palmerston must be very pleased. Ambassador Cowley showed a smile on his face again, and he said with a pun, I hope Your Excellency can serve France and the whole country. Peace in Europe goes a step further. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte also understood what Ambassador Cowley meant. He responded with a reserved expression. It depends on the entire French people. 8 million French people entrust their power to me, and I must not be able to live up to the expectations of the French people. Ambassador Carly and Jerome Bonaparte have tacitly reached a consensus. As for whether this consensus is a situation that Ambassador Carly intends to lead, or whether Britain sincerely responds, we can only wait until Jerome Bonaparte. After Bay really became emperor, he was able to know it. Carly and Jerome Bonaparte once again chatted about European issues for a long time, until the sun was setting, and when the afterglow of the setting sun slipped into the study through the window lattice, Ambassador Carly subconsciously glanced at him. Pendulum clock and corner, it was now around 4:30 p.m, and Ambassador Carly hurriedly bid farewell to Jerome Bonaparte, who enthusiastically retained Ambassador Cowley to stay for a dinner. Ambassador Cowley did not reject the invitation of Jerome Bonaparte to him. Ambassador Cowley and Jerome Bonaparte had a simple meal at the Tuileries Palace. Although it is a light meal, but sturgeon, caviar, snails and even steaks that are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The drunk Ambassador Cowley was sent away intimately by Walewski, but he was accidentally seen by a peeping Russian boy on the way. The enthusiastic guy quickly and quietly left. He secretly returned to the Russian embassy without knowing it. Behind him, there was also a group of people who were secretly following him. They kept watching the Russian boy slip into the Russian embassy. Afterwards, they informed the director of the National Intelligence Service, Marcel Yeroja, who once again went to the Tuileries Palace to inform Jerome Bonaparte of the situation. Your subordinates saw it with their own eyes. Jerome Bonaparte once again confirmed whether what Marcel Yeroja said was true. I saw it with my own eyes. Marcel Yeroja responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a firm tone. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. After one cleaning, there are still so many mice in Paris. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but sigh. Now it seems that European countries attach no less importance to intelligence agencies than Jerome Bonaparte, but they do not have the vision of Jerome Bonaparte that surpassed the times for more than 200 years. Many national intelligence departments have not undergone systematic training and cannot form a professional team. The police department and the intelligence department have not been divided in a strict sense. The gap between them is too large. Your Majesty, do you want me? Marcel Yeroja raised his hand and dropped his knife point. After several months of fishing law enforcement, Marcel Yeroja has already figured out the routines of those backward intelligence organizations. It is almost impossible to catch them all. Don't worry. Play with them. Jerome Bonaparte stopped Marcel Yeroja's next move. Instead of purging their existing intelligence networks, they should do something good for them through those intelligence networks. Spies and 500,000 are inevitable products of any age. I see. Just keep monitoring them. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Marcel Yeroja. Yes. Marcel Yeroja nodded in understanding. When Marcel Yeroja was about to leave, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly thought of something, and he hurriedly stopped Marcel Yeroja and asked, "That's right. Regarding the people who are going to Kingo, what did you prepare? How's it going?" If the Eastern historical line had not changed, Hongxiaquan in history had already successfully revolted last month, that is, on January 11th. Now this rebel army should be in the growing stage, and the ruler of Kingo has no understanding of the uprising. After all, the distance from Jinshan to Beijing is too far. In order not to be held accountable, local officials will inevitably hide the report like the Opium War and try to eliminate them. If you go by boat now, it will take about half a year to arrive. Coupled with the local survey and preparations, it also takes more than a year. By that time, the insurgent army has settled the capital, and France can seamlessly connect with them. It's ready. Marcel Yeroja responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Let's do it. In 2 months, a fleet will depart from Calais and pass through the Far East. You let your men go with the fleet. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Marcel Yeroja. The reason why Jerome Bonaparte sent the fleet to the Far East was for Hawaii, an island country in the Pacific region. Riyadh 1. As we all know, France has never stopped its development in the Far East and the Pacific region, especially the 1930s and 1940s. The Orleans dynasty and the British Kingdom competed with each other in the Pacific region. The purpose of the fleet going to the Far East was to punish the Kingdom of Hawaii. Just over a year ago, in June 1849, Brigadier General Louis de Talleyrand of the Second French Republic did not attack the Kingdom of Hawaii because the Kingdom of Hawaii did not reply to its conditions. Although the fleet damaged the coastal fire and fortifications of the Hawaiian Kingdom, the Marines were defeated by the Hawaiian Kingdom by 5 times the soldiers after the news reached France in November 1850. After more than a year, Admiral Decaut felt ashamed and asked Jerome Bonaparte to send faster warships to teach the Kingdom of Hawaii. As Jerome Bonaparte was preparing for the coup at the time, the situation in the Kingdom of Hawaii could only be postponed. Now that all the dust has settled, Jerome Bonaparte will of course prepare to teach the ignorant Hawaiian Kingdom a lesson. Chapter 303, Military Operations Deployment in Hawaii. Although there is only one sentence in the history related to Hawaii in later generations, the French bourgeois system entered Hawaii with a new type of artillery, which led to the opening of the parliamentary system in Hawaii. But behind these few sentences contains naked imperialism power politics as a country with independent diplomacy that has been recognized by Britain, France and the United States. It is exported by the countries it recognizes to make matters worse. The Hawaiian Kingdom at this time did not know that the land they were facing was not a traveler who played cards according to common sense. Point from the perspective of general geopolitics. After the Hawaiian Kingdom repelled the first invasion of the French uncle would extinguish the idea of invasion because of the distance between the Hawaiian Kingdom and France. Point at that time, the Kingdom of Hawaii only needs to send a special envoy to clarify the misunderstanding, and then hold a handful of Bonaparte's Uncle Stinky Feet and ask Uncle Bonaparte to be lighter next time and notify in advance. Bonaparte's uncle would also give up his invasion of Hawaii for the sake of his own face. Of course, this is only in terms of an ordinary imperial ruler who does not open the perspective of God. For Jerome Bonaparte, who is familiar with history, the representative of the Hawaiian Kingdom has not only represented themselves, but also connected with the ***** upstart in the New World. Although it is said that the Hawaiian Kingdom will not be annexed by the New World until 40 years later, Jerome Bonaparte does not mind deducting one of the 50 stars of the Nauvoish. It would be even better if the New World could be split from north to south, or even from east to west. Under the influence of Jerome Bonaparte, the Kingdom of Hawaii is about to usher in a more tragic fate, and the old imperialist power France is more excited due to the resistance. Hawaii is about to meet a fate that should not have belonged to them. Your Majesty, you don't really need to mobilize the army. When Marcel Yeroja heard Jerome Bonaparte say that he would use a warship to send them to the Far East, he subconsciously thought that Jerome Bonaparte intended instead they used warships, and he hurriedly stopped the road. Seeing Marcel Yeroja's expression, Jerome Bonaparte immediately understood that Marcel Yeroja misunderstood what he meant, and he hastily responded, "Don't think too much. The warship is just heading to the Pacific Ocean. The region performs tasks, and I will send you there by the way." Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte also specially emphasized, although it is just a pass, you should not take it lightly. You are responsible for opening up the arms trade between the Far East and France, and no mistakes are allowed. If not, Jerome Bonaparte snorted coldly, and the meaning was self-evident. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely warn them to be cautious in their words and deeds." Marcel Yeroja responded with a sonorous force to Jerome Bonaparte, showing his determination. "Go. I won't leave you." Jerome Bonaparte waved at Marcel Yeroja. At this time, night fell, and Marcel Yeroja, who had finished reporting his work, left the Tuileries Palace in the dark night. Perhaps it was because of the memory of the previous life's fateful beacon country that was unconsciously evoked by Marcel Yeroja. After Marcel Yeroja left, Jerome Bonaparte's mind always had the Kingdom of Hawaii in his mind shadows, so much so that he was eager to know how far his Navy Secretary Decaut's military operations against the Kingdom of Hawaii had progressed. After thinking for a moment, Jerome Bonaparte glanced at the pendulum clock again. The light of the kerosene lamp reflected the shadow of the hands of the pendulum clock. It was now 7 o'clock in the afternoon. It was nearly 6 hours before the Secretary of the Navy Decaut got off work, and Jerome Bonaparte decided to go to the Admiralty to have a talk with Decaut. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was about to leave the study, Walewski, who had brought the drunk Ambassador Corley back to the embassy, appeared at the door of Jerome Bonaparte's study. Ambassador Corley has been sent back to the embassy. After Walewski and Jerome Bonaparte looked at each other for a few seconds, the whole room fell into a dead silence. After a while, Walewski, who had reacted, looked at Jerome Bonaparte, who was ready to go, and immediately asked, "Your Excellency, are you going out?" "That's right." Jerome Bonaparte nodded in response to Walewski. "I suddenly thought of an important thing to do. I will accompany you," said Walewski again to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and walked out quickly, and Walewski followed behind Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who came downstairs to the hall of the Tuileries Palace, immediately gave Mocker an order to prepare the carriage. Mocker showed a surprised expression, and he asked Jerome Bonaparte if he wanted to go out as usual. After receiving an affirmative answer from Jerome Bonaparte, Mocker acted quickly. It didn't take long for Mocker to report to Jerome Bonaparte that the carriage was ready. Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski walked through the corridor of the Tuileries Palace and came to the side courtyard of the Tuileries Palace. This is not so much a courtyard as a smaller square. The trickling fountains and naked ancient Greek sculpture set off the entire courtyard like a fairyland. However, now Jerome Bonaparte does not want to enjoy the beauty. The two quickly entered the carriage one after the other. When Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski entered the carriage, several lancers in dark black cavalry uniforms and bronze tassel helmets appeared in the carriage. Around, they are the guards who are responsible for keeping Jerome Bonaparte safe. With the establishment of the dictatorship of Jerome Bonaparte, the safety of Jerome Bonaparte has always been the focus of the Bonapartists. Some Bonapartists believe that Jerome Bonaparte should sit firmly in the Tuileries Palace and try not to go out. If he can, part of it is for his safety, but the larger part is to limit the movement to achieve the purpose of Jerome Bonaparte's rule. The vast majority of Bonapartes sent people to think that Jerome Bonaparte should try to avoid going out as much as possible, and even if he needed to go out, he had to bring guards with him. As the 2nd Brigade of the Quasi-Guardian Army, a lance battalion was specially dispatched to protect the safety of Jerome Bonaparte. After everything was ready, Jerome Bonaparte gave the order to go to the Admiralty, and the carriage slowly started to go to the Admiralty. On the way to the Admiralty, Jerome Bonaparte discussed with Walewski the British Ambassador Cowley. "Our ambassador from Britain is really interesting. I have never seen a diplomat get drunk on a diplomatic occasion," Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski in a slightly frivolous tone. "If Queen Victoria knew her ambassador looked like this, would she have removed him?" "Your Excellency, Ambassador Cowley isn't actually drunk," Walewski said to Jerome Bonaparte. "He's just pretending to be drunk." "Oh." Jerome Bonaparte put away his frivolous tone and asked Walewski, "Why do you say he is?" Walewski shook his head in disbelief. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly thought of the Russian spy station near the Tuileries Palace that Marcel Yerelja reported to him. "Does Corley know this too?" Jerome Bonaparte told Walewski of Marcel Yerelja's discovery. After hearing that there was a spy near the Tuileries Palace, Walewski was slightly surprised, and then his face showed a relieved expression. "Your Excellency, I think there is such a possibility," Walewski responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "If this is the case, the muddy water below Paris is deeper than we thought." Jerome Bonaparte showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth and responded in a long tone. "Your Excellency, we still have to deal with Britain." Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte's attitude towards the Anglo-French alliance. "Of course it's coming," Jerome Bonaparte responded decisively. "In this day and age, what country's capital is not filled with all kinds of secret police? Ambassador Cowley's actions are nothing more than creating a British. It's just the illusion that France is approaching, and it's just to distance France and the Russian Empire from each other. There is no real loss for us. The original plan to go to Britain in May remains unchanged. You can take advantage of this time to learn diplomacy with Minister de Lewis. In this way, the communication with Palmerston cannot fall behind, but I believe that Palmerston will not be difficult for you." "Understood," Walewski responded immediately. Riyadh1.com Jerome Bonaparte continued, "But you have to remember that the French Republic is only a partnership with the Kingdom of Great Britain, and it's not that we are asking for the Kingdom of Britain. In some cases, we have to be tough when we at Tough Point talk to Britain not only about the interests of the Near East, but also about the disputed islands in Africa and the Pacific. We are going to try to reach a certain level of consensus on these issues with the Kingdom of Great Britain, as well as the Kingdom of Hawaii. Jerome Bonaparte rambled about his colonial blueprint to Walewski, and Walewski also listened carefully to Jerome Bonaparte's words. Jerome Bonaparte did not stop talking until the carriage stopped at the Admiralty. I don't know if you remember this, but I'll tell you again, when you're about to leave for Britain. Jerome Bonaparte opened the car door and got out of the carriage, and Walewski followed him, then left the carriage. The two of them stood at the door of the Admiralty under the night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Hawaiian Ambition. You can search Make France Great Again, search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. You said your minister was not in the office. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the Secretary of State of the Admiralty, who was standing in front of him, with a look of surprise. Unexpectedly, he would hear the news that the Minister of the Admiralty, Dicko, was no longer working in the Admiralty within his lifetime. This is simply the sun hitting the west side. That's right, replied the Secretary of State for the Admiralty to Jerome Bonaparte. It's a miracle. Jerome Bonaparte turned to Walewski and ridiculed. Our busy minister has learned to combine work and rest, which is really a joy. Walewski, who did not hear disgust in Jerome Bonaparte's tone, also nodded. Among all the departments in France today, Dicko is the well-deserved king of roles. The force has driven the entire French Navy to achieve high efficiency involution, becoming the most efficient department among all departments, so that its efficiency even exceeds that of the War Department, which was controlled by Jerome Bonaparte. No, Your Excellency, the minister has not rested. The Secretary of State of the Admiralty immediately explained to the consul, who misunderstood his meaning. Where is he now? Jerome Bonaparte asked the Secretary of State suspiciously. Jerome Bonaparte came to know after the explanation of the Secretary of State. In order to complete the task that Jerome Bonaparte casually explained, Dicko, then the Minister of the Admiralty, and the assistant to the minister, the Marquis of Alais, have now traveled to the Vincennes district in the east of Paris, where Dicko specially tested qualified armor plates and the manufacturing test field. It's been a long time. Our minister just moved his office. Jerome Bonaparte admired Dicko's overtime spirit. There has never been a person who has served the Navy wholeheartedly like Dicko. There is reason to believe that Dicko can make the French Navy great again. In this case, let's go to Vincent. Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski called the Secretary of State of the Admiralty and went to Vincent with them. After a period of bumpy rides, the carriage finally arrived at the Vincent district in the eastern suburbs of Paris at 9 o'clock in the evening. In this endless wilderness, a deafening sound of artillery shelling came from a distance. The horse that was hit by the sudden shelling fell into a brief panic. It raised its head and tried to escape. The coachman tightened the reins with his strong arms and then beat the frightened horse fiercely with his whip. The horses that suffered physical pain finally quieted down, and Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the sound coming from the front with a gloomy face and asked, "What the asterisk is going on?" The Secretary of State explained awkwardly, "Maybe the experiment has begun." Experiment? Jerome Bonaparte was a little puzzled. What kind of solid line was needed to use the artillery? Just by listening to the sound of the artillery, one could tell that the artillery should be a 50-pounder. Guns like this are mostly used as siege guns or guns on warships, unless Dicko removes the guns from the warships for experimentation. After this absurd thought appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's mind, it spread like grass. According to Dicko's stubborn character, maybe he can really do such a thing. Because the sound of the explosion of the naval gun was too loud, Jerome Bonaparte and others had to go to the test site on foot. When Jerome Bonaparte and the others arrived at the test site with their ears covered, the sound of the naval gun stopped. Under the leadership of the soldiers, Jerome Bonaparte came to the Minister of the Navy Dicko and the assistant to the Minister Marquis Alais. At this time, Dicko, Marquis Alais, and one Jerome Bonaparte did not know guys with smiles on their faces. They look like a high energy guy if you don't look closely at the dark circles around their eye sockets. The arrival of Jerome Bonaparte surprised Dicko and others, and they hurriedly saluted to Jerome Bonaparte. "This is?" Jerome Bonaparte asked, pointing to the guy standing beside Dicko. "Your Excellency." The middle-aged man pointed by Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Excellency, this is Pierre Armand Gouils, who is now the designer of the armored floating turret." Minister Dicko hurriedly explained to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte looked up and down the designer in front of him, with a slender figure, black hair and black eyes, with determination and sharpness in his eyes, as if nothing in the world could defeat him. He had been fighting against the waves since childhood. The temperament of talent. "Ah, you from Marseille?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Pierre Armand. "I am." Pierre Armand responded briefly but proudly. "I have lived in Marseille since I was a child, and we all grew up fighting the waves. I can see it." Jerome Bonaparte nodded affirmatively to Pierre Armand. Then he turned to Dicko and asked, "How is your realization, Your Excellency?" "We succeeded." Dicko excitedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "Our armored version can already resist the attack of about 24 pounds of coastal defense artillery, which means..." Before Dicko could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte immediately said, "This means that the French fleet can attack the battery at close range." "That's right." Minister Dicko nodded. He said with high spirits, "As long as qualified armor plates are installed on our gunboats, we can attack the fortress at close range." Nelson's words are destined to become history. Warships. It can also have the ability to fight against the fortress. Jerome Bonaparte applauded Minister Dicko. "Mr. Minister, you have shown me a brand new era. You are creating an era that belongs only to you. All the ideas of naval warfare in the past will be turned upside down. The change of the past, the authority of the past will be completely subverted. Seeing you, I see the hope and future of France. I saw the era when France can hold the trident like his sisters." Jerome Bonaparte was not stingy with his praise. The transformation of the ironclad is indeed an important opportunity to overtake the French curve. As long as the distance from Britain can be drawn, even if only the taillights of the British can be seen, it will be considered extremely high big progress. Jerome Bonaparte's praise made the three present at a loss for a while. Pierre Armand immediately responded frankly to Jerome Bonaparte. "This is only experimental data, and he wants to be completely successful. It will take at least another year. I can wait. France is willing to wait for you." Jerome Bonaparte gently encouraged them. "I hope you can make persistent efforts to develop a more defensive and more powerful warship for France." "Yes." Dicko and the others expressed their understanding in unison. After the experiment was over, Jerome Bonaparte brought Dicko to the office alone. In Dicko's office, Jerome Bonaparte first severely criticized Dicko for not taking care of his body. Dicko could only respond to Jerome Bonaparte that he would definitely correct it. Jerome Bonaparte also knew that it would be very difficult for Dicko to correct himself. Immediately, Jerome Bonaparte began to enter into the subject of what he must do. "What are you going to do about the disciplinary action in the Kingdom of Hawaii?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Dicko. Dicko looked at Jerome Bonaparte in amazement. He never thought that an island country full of natives would interest Jerome Bonaparte. According to the missionaries' intelligence, the population of the entire island country is probably less than 80,000. What if he were a country recognized by Britain and France? In this day and age, the United States of America does not count. How many countries have been recognized by Britain and France, but they have not been killed in the end? I plan to use 5 Tier 3 battleships to cooperate with the Far East Fleet to attack the Kingdom of Hawaii. Minister Dicko reported to Jerome Bonaparte while taking out the map of the Pacific region and pointing to the Kingdom of Hawaii on the map. "Battleships will surround the port of Honolulu and deal a devastating blow to them." "How many people are you going to use to capture this place?" said Jerome Bonaparte, pointing to the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii. "Attack." Minister Dicko didn't seem to have considered the issue of attacking the capital. In his opinion, only a symbolic punishment was needed. "We have used so many resources, and naturally we are going to carry out a war of annihilation," Jerome Bonaparte said to Dicko. "But the British side." Dicko was not worried that the French Republic would not be able to win the Kingdom of Hawaii, but he was just a little concerned about the attitude of the British Kingdom. Don't worry. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Great Britain Riyadh1.com will settle it. Jerome Bonaparte assured Dicko that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be settled. That's the case. I hope to lead 2 battalions of Zouave troops. Dicko said to Jerome Bonaparte. The Zouave troops can be said to be the pinnacle of light infantry in the whole of France and even the whole of Europe. Every Zouave soldier has the ability of 1 to 10, especially when combined with the minigun. The accuracy and shooting distance are higher. You really are a lion with a big mouth. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and replied, France is only a total of 9 battalions of Zouave soldiers, so you can't give you a quarter of it all at once. How about a battalion? Dicko lowered his request again. Let's think about it. Jerome Bonaparte cast a glance at Dicko, who saw at a glance Dicko's careful thinking. He wanted to use the officers of the Zouave battalion to help him train the ship-based landing force. As the ship-based landing team of the predecessor of the French Marine Corps, there is a big gap between their combat effectiveness and the Zouave battalion, not to mention the Far East Fleet in its infancy. I can send you 2 battalions of Zouave troops, but make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, make France Great Again txt download address, https, make France Great Again mobile read, https, / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 305 Hawaii's Ambition, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 305, Far East Foreign Legion. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters, but, what? There was a look of joy on Dicko's face. Before he got a positive response from Jerome Bonaparte, he never thought that he could get 2 battalions of Zouave troops at once. The ideal situation is nothing but it was to obtain the right to fight with a battalion of Zouave, and he hastily asked Jerome Bonaparte. The reason why Dicko has such violent mood swings is just because of the discrimination of a traditional army power against the navy. For France, a traditional land power, the navy was just the icing on the cake when they were victorious. Head-to-head on the European battlefield, has always relied on the army, and the navy has little value at all. Not to mention that during the Napoleonic Wars, a series of operations made by the French Navy, France completely lose the opportunity to log into Britain, which in turn gave Britain the opportunity to defeat France, and France was armed to the teeth with the blessing of Britain's crazy money coalition attack. Had it not been for the invasion of Algeria in 1830 and the fact that the Kingdom of Orleans did not trust the army after 1830, the situation for the navy would only be more embarrassing than it is now. In any country, the 2 arms of the navy and the army are vaguely opposed. Although the confrontation between the land and the sea is not like Showa Japan, the navy builds tanks and the army builds fleets, but it is still very difficult for the army to transfer its elite troops to the navy. Difficult point even in France on the OTL World Line. It was only after the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 that the navy and the army would work together. And under the leadership of the government, by diverting their attention, the people temporarily downplayed the cession of Alsace-Lorraine. The fact that colonial expansion was single-mindedly pursued. Of course, this diversionary method only lasted a few short years after the collapse of the colonial cabinet government. The people once again recalled the humiliation suffered by France. I will order the War Department to deploy 2 battalions of Zouave troops for you. However, the Navy must assure me, build a qualified unit in the Far East. This unit will be attached to the Foreign Legion. Jerome Bonaparte asked Dicko unhurriedly. This? Dicko glanced at Jerome Bonaparte, hesitating on his face. In all fairness, the conditions proposed by Jerome Bonaparte is indeed heartwarming, but having the navy train troops for the army is really a bit, how to say it, disappointing. How? Minister Dicko. Jerome Bonaparte urged Dicko to make a decision as soon as possible. I promise you. Dicko finally agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's request. By the way, When setting up a foreign corps in the Far East, it is best to recruit some guys who can teach them to read and write. Although they can bear hardships and stand hard work, they are disciplined. Thinking of the use of straw sandals and cloth shoes by a certain Sichuan army in the Republic of China later, the slogan taught the soldiers to stand in line, and Jerome Bonaparte felt a headache. He simply handed over this headache to the Admiralty. He believed that Deco would be able to train excellent soldiers for him. At this time, Deco didn't know what a desperate job he took over. When the fleet arrived at the French concession in Pudong in the Far East, the fleet followed the orders of the Minister of the Navy and began to plan the Far East Foreign Corps. With the help of missionaries from Pudong, the Far East Foreign Legion of nearly 3,000 people was established. Just when everyone thought they would soon be able to train a qualified team, this Ceres-based team showed them what it means to be a mess. The fleet commander, who was helpless, could only use the soldiers of Camp Zouave who were preparing to attack Hawaii as instructors, and then use the white translators to conduct cramming training for the Foreign Corps amid the complaints of the officers of the Zouave Battalion and the soldiers of the Foreign Legion. The Far East Foreign Legion barely formed an army after 3 months after that. This unit became the first Foreign Corps established by France in the Far East, fighting for the cause of French expansion in the Far East. That's all in the future. By the way, who are you going to be the commander of the fleet that is going to the Far East? Jerome Bonaparte asked Deco, while sitting on the long chair belonging to Deco. I plan to have the Marquis of Alais in this position, Deco said to Jerome Bonaparte. Huh? Jerome Bonaparte gave Deco a surprised look and asked suspiciously, as far as I know, the rank of Marquis Alais before he left was colonel, right? That's right, Dick said, nodding his head. The current fleet commander in the Far East has the rank of brigadier general. Are you going to let a colonel command a brigadier general? What's more, this colonel has just returned to the army. Jerome Bonaparte licked the corner of his dry mouth, revealing that smiled. Your Excellency, I think Marquis Alais is capable enough to hold the position of brigadier general. Jerome Bonaparte responded with a firm tone. Where's the previous brigadier general? Jerome Bonaparte asked the current Emperor Trotter of the Far East Fleet again. I have decided that Brigadier General Tomarin will immediately resign and return after the arrival of Marquis Alais. When talking about Tomarin, Deco's tone was a bit complaining. If Tomalang's operation in the Kingdom of Hawaii was successful, Deco only complained in his heart that Tomalang didn't play cards according to common sense. But the operation of Tomalang's sneak attack on the Kingdom of Hawaii was not successful, but instead gained humiliation as failure. Although Tomalang proudly claimed in the letter that he had caused Hawaii to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars and robbed the King of Hawaii's private car, failure was a failure, and no excuse could make up for this failure. As the Supreme Emperor of the Far East, he can only taste the taste of failure alone, and Brigadier General Tomalang will probably be sitting on the bench in the next fate, unless Deco dies suddenly in the office one day. Jerome Bonaparte had no interest in holding Tomalang accountable, since Deco was in charge of the job. After a brief understanding of Deco's strategy and candidates for the expedition fleet in Hawaii, Jerome Bonaparte did not continue to inquire. Okay, it's time for me to go. Jerome Bonaparte took out a pocket watch from his bosom, opened it and glanced down at the time. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. He got up quickly, and Deco sent Jerome Bonaparte out of the Admiralty. Before boarding the car, Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask Deco to take a good rest. Deco fully agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's request and watched Jerome Bonaparte's carriage disappear into the night. Deco resolutely returned to the minister's office to deal with documents despite the state secretary's dissuasion. Sleep? Only lazy people sleep, and hard-working people have already started to work. Over the next few months, the rebellion between the Republicans and the mountains gradually died down, and the rumors that the Prince of Joinville would be registered in Calais were self-defeating. After Jerome Bonaparte and the Minister of War had some talking and heart-to-heart, the Minister of War also agreed that the Zouave troops of the two battalions should be placed under the name of the Admiralty. After that, the Zouave battalion, which had only 7 battalions remaining, was doubled again to 14 battalions at the same time. The Far East Foreign Corps, which has always had 3,000 people, was also quietly attached to the Bureau of Colonial Affairs of the Ministry of War at the end of March. the Minister of the Navy, Dicko, appointed the Marquis of Alais as commander of the expeditionary fleet and promoted him to the rank of Brigadier General. At the beginning of April, 5 third-tier battleship fleets and steam frigates set off from the Calais Strait, and the nervous Kingdom of Britain on the other side of the ocean also moved quickly. That night, British Ambassador Cowley went to the Tuileries Palace to inquire about the whereabouts of Jerome Bonaparte's French fleet. When he got Jerome Bonaparte's fleet to go on duty in the Far East, Ambassador Cowley's nervousness eased, and then he asked the French fleet in a relaxed tone if they needed the help of the British coastal base, adhering to the principle that it is a fool to take advantage without taking advantage of it. Jerome Bonaparte resolutely stated that of course he needed it. This is also conducive to closer cooperation between Britain and France. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte did not tell the British fleet that it was necessary to punish the Kingdom of Hawaii, but expressed vaguely that it was to protect the diaspora in the Far East. For Jerome Bonaparte's vague remarks, Ambassador Cowley also would not believe it. The next day, Ambassador Cowley issued a warning to Britain, warning Britain to keep an eye on what the fleet was doing to the Far East. The British who received a letter from Ambassador Cowley were also nervous about the fleet heading to the Far East. Had it not been for the obstruction of Foreign Secretary Palmerston, the cabinet would have been monitoring the French fleet as an enemy. Because of Ambassador Cowley's letter, under the influence of Palmerston, Britain finally did not fall into the state of being in a state of war. www.riyadh1.com The shadow of Napoleon's war brought serious trauma to Britain's heart. Even so, the relationship between Britain and France was still in a state of estrangement throughout April, and Nicholas I, who seized the opportunity, quickly handed an olive branch to Britain. As the anti-Russian faction in Britain served as foreign minister, Britain did not take the olive branch handed over by the Russian Empire. Nicholas I was displeased by Britain's blatant disregard for the Russian Empire, and Russian-British relations began to drift apart. On April 15, 1851, the state of martial law in Paris, which was originally under tension, was also lifted, and the 1st Division of Paris returned to the suburbs of Paris. The National Guard of the 12th Legion in Paris also began to be gradually abandoned under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, leaving only 6 legions loyal to Bonaparte and the Empire. On April 20th, the World's Fair, hosted by Prince Albert, will open on May 1st. Leaders of dozens of countries, including France, Russia, Austria, Prussia, and the United States, were personally invited by Queen Victoria to bring their country's crystal to Britain. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt download address, https, Make France Great Again mobile read, https, / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter. 306 Far East Foreign Legion, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 306, Dig a Hole for America. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. When Queen Victoria's personal letterhead came to Jerome Bonaparte's study through the secret channel of the Rothschild family, Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the study, immediately felt an inexplicable melancholy. P.S. In the 19th century, the Rothschild family established a huge secret communication channel in Europe. Historically, Prince Albert used this secret channel to communicate with the European royal family. The World's Fair in Britain is not so much a place for the countries of the world to display their industrial products as it is a place for the Kingdom of Britain to show its superiority to the outside world. Who does not know that in the whole of Europe and even the whole world, only one country, Britain, has completed the Industrial Revolution, and a large number of industrial crystals are shipped from factories in Britain and transported to Europe and the world by cargo ships. After a brief period of disappointment, Jerome Bonaparte turned to cheer up again. He clenched his fists and looked at the letter written in French. He couldn't help but swear in his heart that he must also hold a more brilliant World's Fair than Britain. Point at that time, he will shock the whole world for France. World line band her +10. After reading the letterhead, Jerome Bonaparte put the letter back in the drawer and then wrote a reply in person. Point in the letter, Jerome Bonaparte stated that he would definitely send the exhibits from France to Britain to communicate and make progress with Britain. The two neighboring countries of France and Britain should help each other and build a harmonious European order. In the end, Jerome Bonaparte also vaguely pointed out that his cousin, Walewski, would go to Britain with the embassy, hoping that Britain could take the time to communicate. After writing, Jerome Bonaparte folded and sealed the letter, and then ordered Walewski to call Alphonse Rothschild, the president of the French branch of Rothschild. Point at this point, he was no longer the impulsive one he was a year ago. After more than a year of death and life struggle for power, Alphonse Rothschild successfully defeated Pipe France branch with the help of his father James Rothschild, the uncles of power consolidation, the power of the only puppet branch of the French branch, the Naples branch. Now he is like a sharp blade that hides its edge, and no one knows his power unless he makes a move. Your Excellency, Alphonse Rothschild showed unprecedented deference. Point. In order to please the temporary dictator of France, Alphonse Rothschild deliberately bent his body slightly and lowered his head. Sit down. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the reformed Alphonse Rothschild contentedly. Although he knew that Alphonse Rothschild surrendered only because of power, he had rights, can really do whatever they want. Point. Alphonse Rothschild sat opposite Jerome Bonaparte, his body erect like a student attending a lecture. Please, hand over this letter to Queen Victoria. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and clamped the sealed letterhead, pushed it in front of Alphonse Rothschild and added, "Second, believe it should be an easy task to send a letter to Buckingham Palace through the channels of the Rothschild family." Alphonse Rothschild took the letter in his arms without even looking at it and solemnly assured Jerome Bonaparte that it would be delivered to Buckingham Palace. Point. On the occasion of parting, Jerome Bonaparte thought of the interesting information that came from California not long ago and reminded lightly, "Be careful, Your Excellency." "What do you mean?" Alphonse Rothschild asked nervously. "Your actions in California have already caught some people's attention." Jerome Bonaparte once again reminded Alphonse Rothschild. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's words, Alphonse Rothschild felt as if his heart was being pinched by someone, and even his breathing was a little short. Point. The figure of Jerome Bonaparte became extremely terrifying in his eyes. How did he know what we were doing in California? I see. Alphonse Rothschild thanked Jerome Bonaparte with a reluctant smile. Point. After Alphonse Rothschild left, Jerome Bonaparte read the letter from California again. Point. The owner of the letter was Jerome Parson, the cousin of Jerome Bonaparte. Dear Point. In addition to explaining that the US government may take action against several gold mining industries with European capital, the letter also includes reports on the amount of gold mining and the stock status of gold mining companies on the American Stock Exchange. As of March, the market value of several Jerome Bonaparte companies has jumped from the original tens of millions to over 100 million. Under the tacit alliance of the capital behind the major gold mining companies, the brick houses in Europe and even the United States are at full speed to promote that the gold mines in the United States are enough to be mined for half a century, while cracking down on some foreign capital. The American government is also promoting California's gold production in order to stabilize the newly annexed California population and dilute the Indians. Under the combination of internal and external, the gold mine bubble in California is getting bigger and bigger, and it is more crazy than California in OTL history. Emile Parrell, who is good at finding business opportunities, has established a series of peripheral companies such as drinking water and housing on the basis of the original gold mining company. These companies also use the gold mining as a gimmick to issue stocks and bonds, lobbying the bureaucrats of New York and the state government, and claiming that perfect housing will be built in California in the capital of Washington. For this reason, Emile Parrell also spent a lot of money to find a French construction giant to design housing. Point. The grand blueprints appeared on paper and appeared in New York and Washington in the form of street advertisements. Many investors, leaks, who saw the investment prospects of California also went crazy to buy stocks. Shares in California derived products such as water and housing have also been pushed up to nearly 100 million francs in value. Not only that, the California state government has also specially selected the best location for them, giving them discounts so that they can complete the construction of the town as soon as possible and attract more people. How can the state government and New York stockholders know that Emile Perel is not ready to serve the infrastructure of the United States at all, and most of the money is exchanged for gold in various ways and sent to the United States? Point. As long as America's gold bubble doesn't burst, their Ponzi scheme will never be exposed. By the time the gold mine bubble was completely shattered by that tsunami, Emile Perel and the others would have left California with a pat on the butt. All the mess has to be paid for by the state of California and the United States. Jerome Bonaparte, who had read the letter again, also wrote a letter in which Jerome Bonaparte praised Emile Perel and Jerome Parson, while admonishing them to proceed with caution. Although historically the gold rush in California lasted until 1855, according to the current frenzy for the gold rush, the gold rush is likely to last earlier. This also means that they need to sell all their stocks in advance and then buy them at a low price during the gold tsunami period before countries have reacted to pulling back the price of gold. This operation will undoubtedly test the ability of the trader, and Jerome Bonaparte is very confident in Emile Perel. After handing the finished letter to Mocha, the general secretary of the Tuileries Palace, and ordering him to hand it over to Jerome Parson in the New World through special channels, Jerome Bonaparte called Walewski again. "Come over, cousin, you will go to Britain with the exhibition team. After the exhibition team arrives in Britain, you will be placed in the place where my cousin Prince Louis once lived. Someone will lead you to Buckingham Palace." Mr. Bonaparte made a series of arrangements for Walewski's trip to Paris, and then said to Walewski in a half-joking tone, "Maybe you will be personally invited by the Hanoverian royal family to live at Buckingham Palace." Later, what Jerome Bonaparte said came true. Walewski was really invited to Buckingham Palace. "Your Excellency, what do I need to do?" Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte's mission to Britain with a serious expression. He seemed to have forgotten what Jerome Bonaparte had said to him before. "Your task is to get the British to recognize our government, to reach an agreement with the damned Anza to contain the even more damned Slavs, and finally to win the overseas interests of France with the acquiescence of the British." Jerome Bonaparte won. He finished all of Walewski's tasks in a tone of voice, with malice towards Britain and Russia, "Since my uncle, Huacanshu.com, also known as your father, experienced that war. After that, France's overseas interests have been completely lost. Only occupying Algiers will not satisfy France's interests. We must seek more interests." Walewski was pleased that Jerome Bonaparte had admitted that he was Napoleon's son, and after hearing that Jerome Bonaparte wanted him to make an agreement with Britain, he said with some hesitation, "Your Excellency, I think the issue of the agreement should be left to a more professional person." Walewski was worried that he would bring down French diplomacy. "Don't worry," Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski, "all diplomacy is based on the strength of the country, and the Kingdom of Great Britain will definitely not ignore our decision. You just need to be as good as possible with Britain. It's enough to reach a consensus. The rest is up to God and his old man." Jerome Bonaparte assigns the task to Walewski with an indisputable gesture. Walewski said he would do his best to seek more benefits for France. On May 4, 1850, a World's Fair exhibition group with only a few dozen people set off from Calais and arrived at the port of London in the early morning of the 5th Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 307 Digging a Hole for America, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 307 Government Reshuffle and Louis Pasteur. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. May 4, 1851. Walewski, who was then the Secretary General of the French Third Republic, shouldered the mission entrusted to him by Jerome Bonaparte, and followed the exhibition delegation to Britain for a secret meeting with Queen Victoria and his wife. The post of Secretary General has been vacant again, and all members inside and outside the Tuileries Palace will vote for Mocha, who is the Director of General Affairs. According to the unspoken rules of power in the Tuileries Palace, after Walewski left, Mocha must take over Walewski's position as the head of the secretary, to lead the secretaries in the secretariat, and assist Jerome Powell. Napata handles the Tuileries and government-related work not only inside the Tuileries Palace, but even some members outside the Tuileries Palace. For example, Pesani, Minister of Public Works, are congratulating Mocha in secret, as if the position of the Secretary General is already in Mocha's pocket thing. Mocha humbly expressed to those who congratulated him that he just wanted to better serve the government. However, there are many people who compliment, and Mocha's heart can't help but give birth to some expectations. However, when Mocha was full of expectations and thought that the position of the secretary would definitely belong to him, Jerome Bonaparte ruthlessly broke Mocha's expectations. In the early morning of the 7th, Mocha went to the secretary room as usual to collect and summarize the documents organized by the subordinate secretaries, and prepared to put them in Jerome Bonaparte's study room. When Mocha pushed the door into the study, he found that Jerome Bonaparte was already sitting in the study to approve documents and budgets. Here, Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and glanced at Mocha, who was holding the document, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty." Mocha responded to Jerome Bonaparte deferentially, then placed the document in front of Jerome Bonaparte and said, "This is the document sorted out by the secretary's office. Please check it." After Jerome Bonaparte glanced over all the documents, he slightly tilted his head and said to Mocha, "Sit down." Mocha sat on the chair directly opposite Jerome Bonaparte. He spread his hands flat on his thighs and looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a stern expression. Looking at the Director of General Affairs who had followed him for more than 2 years, Jerome Bonaparte showed a kind smile, and then he lowered his head to revise some of the contents of the bill, while pretending to ask casually, "How does it feel to take over the role of Secretary General Walewski recently, Jerome?" Bonaparte's casual inquiry made Mocha feel a little panic in his heart, and he responded cautiously, "Your Majesty, what are you referring to? How do you feel? Nervous, flustered, or?" Jerome Bonaparte paused, raised his head, and glanced at Mocha. "Joy. I feel very tired." Mocha became even more panicked. He hurriedly expressed to Jerome Bonaparte how difficult it was for him to take this temporary position. Every day, he had to sort out a lot of documents and communicate with various departments. Tired. Tired is right. Jerome Bonaparte stopped writing and raised his head, got up and walked to the windowsill, squinting at the blue sky that seemed like the ocean, and said with emotion, "Only when you are tired can you. I feel that you are still missing the signs in this world. As you control the communication channels between the consul and various departments, you must not be idle. If you are idle, it will prove that I, the consul, may not be able to control the subordinate departments, or the secretary's office and subordinates can collude and fool me. I'm right, Jerome." Bonaparte turned his head and gave Mocha a meaningful smile. Combining the words just now and the current smile, Mocha became even more terrified. He admitted that he had received bills from some people, but he did not. They were not united to conceal Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, the powerful aura that power brought to Jerome Bonaparte unreservedly acted on Mocha, and Mocha's hands on his thighs involuntarily clenched into a fist, his arms trembled uncontrollably, and his forehead was slightly wet from the tension. He responded intermittently to Jerome Bonaparte, "I was wrong." "Wrong? What's wrong?" Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask Mocha. "I shouldn't have been too close to Minister Pesani without telling you. I shouldn't have." Mocha kept scolding his own inappropriateness. In his mouth, he had become a heinous villain. Jerome Bonaparte quietly listened to Mocha's evaluation of himself until Mocha stopped looking at him earnestly. Then Jerome Bonaparte said with relief, "I'm very glad that you can communicate frankly with me, Your Majesty." Mocha wanted to continue to admit his mistake. "In my opinion, none of your questions are serious mistakes. Just pay attention next time." Jerome Bonaparte forcibly interrupted Mocha. He stood behind Mocha and patted lightly. He patted Mocha on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Yes, Mockle quickly got up and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Okay. There's nothing else to do. You can go out." Jerome Bonaparte ordered Mockle to evict the guest and then added, "You don't need to have any psychological burden." After watching Mockle leave, Jerome Bonaparte realized that he had succeeded in making Mockle sever the idea of taking over as the head of the secret arts room. The fact was, just as Jerome Bonaparte had expected, Mockle left the study with a sigh of relief, as if he had been given a new life. Immediately afterwards, in order to show his intentions, Mockle returned the small gifts including bills from Pesani to Pesani. Mockle's actions shocked Pesani. After in-depth conversation with Mockle, Pesani knew that his friend might have missed the Secretary General. "Alas, we killed you." Pesani patted Mockle's shoulder and responded, "Nothing." Hiccup. Mockle blushed, burping while burping a goblet full of whiskey in his hand. Harmonics are like that. When you're useful, they will treat you as a confidant. When you are useless, they don't even bother to look at you. Of course Pesani knew that this was just Mockle's whining. Fearing that the partition wall had ears, he could only frown to discourage Mockle from saying a word less. Hiccup. "Aren't you too?" Mockle pointed to Pesani and rambled, saying that what Pesani did for Jerome Bonaparte in the end was nothing but the Minister of Public Works position, and Morny only got a little Bonaparte to get the position of Minister of Railways, the biggest fat man in public works, not to mention Alexander Walewski, who just joined the position of the head of the secret arts room. Pesani also did not say a word, and he also complained in his heart that Jerome Bonaparte did things unfairly. Pesani and Mockle drank very late, and their conversation was also heard by all the servants in Pesani's house. The servant who took advantage of the opportunity to go out quickly informed his superiors of the situation, and the superiors informed the National Intelligence Service again. After layers of increments, it finally reached Marcel Yerog's ears. Marcel Yerog, who received the information from the Internal Intelligence Bureau, shook his head and said to himself, "Forget it. After all, it's just a complaint." Afterwards, Marcel Yerog threw himself into the construction of the Foreign Intelligence Agency. On May 10th, under the adjustment of Jerome Bonaparte, the cabinet in the presidential palace ushered in a new round of changes, and a name that symbolized the restoration of power in the old dynasty appeared. De Morny, who was the Minister of Railways, was transferred to the Tuileries Palace as the Minister of Seals and the head of the Secret Art Office. With the Minister of Commerce, Bifford was transferred to the Minister of Public Works, while the Department of Agriculture and Commerce was held by Jane Dulles, an academician of the French Academy of Sciences. Jane Dulles may not be known to many people, but one of his students is familiar to many. That is Louis Pasteur, who invented pasteurization. The guy who used to be a teacher at the University of Louis Pasteur is not only a veritable tycoon in chemistry and biology, but also in agriculture, especially the grape industry. Although Jane Dulles himself was a potential moderate Republican, his knowledge and vision allowed Jerome Bonaparte to put aside his prejudice and appoint Jane Dulles. In order to show his knowledge, Jane Dulles also accepted the invitation of Jerome Bonaparte to serve as Minister of Agriculture and Commerce. At the invitation of de Morny. Riyadh1.com. Jane Dulles was invited to attend the private banquet of Jerome Bonaparte. When Jane Dulles got off the carriage and came to the door of the Tuileries Palace, he was surprised to find Louis Pasteur, his former student. At this time, Louis Pasteur had just turned 28 years old. Although he had already achieved a little, but compared with Jerome Bonaparte, all his achievements seemed a little ridiculous. "Teacher." Louis Pasteur came to Jane Dulles with some trepidation and respectfully saluted the former teacher. "Not bad. I've grown up." Jane Dulles looked at the student in front of him with a look of relief. Louis Pasteur, a studious student, left him a good impression. Then, Jane Dulles asked about Louis Pasteur's current situation. When he learned that Louis Pasteur was a professor of chemistry at the Faculty of Science of the University of Strasbourg, his face was even more relieved. After the master and the apprentice had chatted for a while, the Minister of the Seal, de Morny, appeared in front of the two and invited them to enter the Tuileries Palace. Jane Dulles and Louis Pasteur followed de Morny one after the other. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https make France great again. Read the full text at https make France great again txt download address https make France great again mobile read https / for the convenience of reading next time. You can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 308. Government Reorganization and Louis Pasteur, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 308, French Agricultural Reform. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. After de Morn brought Jane Dulles and Louis Pasteur to one of the many guest rooms of the Tuileries Palace, he said goodbye to them and left the guest room. De Morn left the guest room and let Dulles have a warm conversation with Louis Pasteur again. But this time Louis Pasteur was not as enthusiastic as before. During the conversation with Jane Dulles, Louis Pasteur kept peeking at the door, as if the next moment Jerome Bonaparte was about to appear in front of him from the other side of the door. Let Dulles understand that his student has experienced too little. Then again, it was beyond Jane Dulles' expectations that Louis Pasteur was invited to the Tuileries at the age of 28. Jane Dulles seemed to have seen a new political star, and with a love for talent, he asked half jokingly and half seriously, "Are you interested in taking a position in my department? This is better than being a professor for you." Louis Pasteur was frightened by the sudden olive branch of Jane Dulles. He was originally a local pig from other provinces. He was lucky enough to be admitted to the Normal University of Paris and began to study, and then he was lucky enough to be recruited as a postgraduate. However, his luck came to an abrupt end when he was a graduate student. Although he had achieved some academic successes after graduation, to the outside world, he was just a fledgling boy. Having hit a wall many times in Paris, he had to leave Paris to fend for himself. After many encounters, Louis Pasteur finally came to the University of Strasbourg as a professor. After having a stable job and income, Louis Pasteur started new research. The University of Strasbourg met his wife and married the daughter of the dean of the university's academic affairs office. Due to the limitations of Strasbourg's own hardware facilities and early conditions, Louis Pasteur could only choose the suffering march. Then came the collapse of the Kingdom of Orleans and the establishment of the Second Republic. The continuous political events did not affect the pace of Louis Pasteur's research. In his opinion, the politics of the outside world had nothing to do with him. However, in 1849, a sudden cholera feared that Louis Pasteur would lose his child. He made up his mind to study chemistry, while also dabbling in medical research. At this time, he has only just started to study the content of injury and epidemiology, and the limitation of objective conditions makes it difficult for him to use his fists. The invitation of Jane Dulles was a fine thing for Louis Pasteur, who could carry out research work at the same time as his post in the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce. Louis Pasteur has enough confidence to be able to do 2 things, or even 3 things. After thinking for a moment, Louis Pasteur politely declined Jane Dulles' invitation. "I'm thinking about it." Jane Dulles smiled and looked at the student in front of him. He nodded to show his understanding. Crack. Just as the master and apprentice were talking, the door of the guest room rang. Jane Dulles and Louis Pasteur quickly looked towards the door of the room, and the figure of Jerome Bonaparte appeared in the eyes of Louis Pasteur and Jane Dulles. Very young, Louis Pasteur, who met Jerome Bonaparte for the first time, had the most intuitive feeling about Jerome Bonaparte, that he was young. The young man in front of him should be about the same age as him. To be the leader of a country at such a young age, Louis Pasteur could not help but envy and admire Jerome Bonaparte. Compared with Jerome Bonaparte, 1/3 of Louis Pasteur's career is like living on a dog. Some people yearn for Rome, while others are born in Rome. Jerome Bonaparte also noticed the 2 people in the guest room. One of them had a grey beard and slightly naturally curly white hair, and a fair and rosy face full of traces of time. Those deep sky blue pupils revealed wisdom that had been polished over time. The other is relatively young, only about 30 years old. His upright face reveals a trace of anxiety. He has a plump forehead and medium parted hair. He looks quite handsome, with a straight black coat and interior. The black vest and white shirt are enough to see that this is a meticulous guy. If Jerome Bonaparte is not wrong, the old one should be Jane Dulles, and the young one is Louis Pasteur. Welcome, Minister Jane Dulles and Louis Pasteur. Jerome Bonaparte walked quickly to them. After he glanced at Jane Dulles, he focused his attention on Louis Pasteur. Can I call you Professor Pasteur? Your Excellency, just call me Pasteur. Louis Pasteur showed a flattered expression on his face. Mr. Pasteur. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Louis Pasteur. The current Louis Pasteur is still a bit young, but Jerome Bonaparte believes that Louis Pasteur's patriotic enthusiasm will not lose to the future him at all, and will only be more enthusiastic than before. Sit down. Jerome Bonaparte invited Jane Dulles and Pasteur to take their seats after the three of them were sitting on the sofa in the guest room. Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to Jane Dulles and said again, Minister Jane Dulles, I think you should understand why you are invited to the important position of Minister of Agriculture and Commerce. Jane Dulles nodded and said, of course. Then, Mr. Minister, I would like to ask you what you think of French agriculture. Jerome Bonaparte threw a question to Jane Dulles. Our country is a vast agricultural country. Jane Dulles, who had drawn up the draft in his heart, immediately said to Jerome Bonaparte, then, what do you think of agricultural cooperatives? Jerome Bonaparte asked Jane Dulles again, Your Excellency, agricultural cooperatives can indeed alleviate the dilemma caused by the fragmentation of our country's land. Jane Dulles first praised Jerome Bonaparte's cooperative policy, and then he will say the shortcomings. However, this way it may also lead to people with more land to pool their land altogether, and agricultural cooperatives may put some people with small land at risk of bankruptcy. Jane Dulles pointedly pointed out the difficulties of agricultural cooperatives. Another historical agricultural cooperative also had such problems. Although he used administrative means to temporarily solve some of the problems, excessive administrative orders would only lead to a situation where the people below forced them to cooperate in order to complete the task as soon as possible. This also goes against the original intention of voluntary. Then what do you think we should do? Jerome Bonaparte asked Jane Dulles again for the solution. Your Excellency, we can't restrain the desire of mankind to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Jane Dulles sighed and said euphemistically, but we can reduce the losses they bring. I think the reason why you founded the agricultural school was that's what it's for. That's right. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Jane Dulles. In this case, we can set up factories in some areas so that farmers can work in factories in their spare time. Jane Dulles kicked out a solution to Jerome Bonaparte's point, that is, under the conscious guidance of the government, small-scale light industries should be established in the vast rural areas to complete external exchanges. At the same time, farmers should be taught to use bird droppings. After the government imports bad droppings, farmers who use bird droppings will be trained to a certain extent. Subsidies, as well as reducing the harm of insects to crops, especially grapes. Jane Dulles' point of view coincides with that of Jerome Bonaparte, and part of it is something that Jerome Bonaparte did not expect. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte said excitedly to Jane Dulles, you are the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce. I believe that you will definitely bring France's agriculture to a high level. Jerome Bonaparte, who had praised Jane Dulles, once again put forward some of his opinions on whether French crops could be sold to foreign countries in the form of luxury goods. Luxury? Jane Dulles looked at Jerome Bonaparte blankly. He had never heard that agriculture could be sold as a luxury. Jerome Bonaparte, who was used to hearing about Thai rice and Vietnamese rice in his previous life, cleared his throat and said to Jane Dulles, we should make France's crop industry a golden signal. Riyadh1.com for example, there are rich influences in French rice. Jerome Bonaparte did not know that his move was the one used by France and the EU in the future. He took advantage of foreigners' worship of France, sold agricultural products at high prices, and then used cheap rice from foreign countries to be introduced at low prices in view of the fact that the godhead of France has not been shattered in this era. Many people are still proud of buying French luxury goods. This strategy of domestic sales and re-export of luxury goods is completely true. An upstart in the new world is a potential customer, probably. Jane Dulles, who had never thought that agricultural products could come up with so many routines, was a little stunned for a while. He could only silently remember what Jerome Bonaparte said in his heart and then find an opportunity to try it out. The two of you talked to each other for a long time, which made Louis Pasteur, who was sitting on the side, feel extremely uncomfortable. He didn't understand why His Excellency the Consul asked himself to come to the Tuileries Palace point after the conversation between Jerome Bonaparte and Jane Dulles was over. He turned his gaze back to Louis Pasteur, who had been hanging around for a long time by himself. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https://Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https://Make France Great Again. TXT download address, https://Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https:// For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the \favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 309 French Agricultural Reform, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 309 Health System Construction. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Mr. Pasteur, I'm really sorry. Jerome Bonaparte is sorry for having just ignored Louis Pasteur. Please don't say that. It's an honor for me to receive your invitation. I'm just an ordinary scientific researcher. Really, Jerome. Bonaparte's apology made Louis Pasteur feel like he was being roasted on fire. At this time, he was just an ordinary scientific researcher who could no longer be ordinary, and the University of Strasbourg where he was located was not as famous in Europe as the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. Excessive praise would only make him feeling apprehensive and uncomfortable. However, Louis Pasteur did not know that in Jerome Bonaparte's heart, Louis Pasteur's value in biology, chemistry and even medicine far exceeds that of most scientists in this world. Not to mention that Pasteur, named after Pasteur, continued into the 21st century, even if his other inventions such as the rabies vaccine, chicken cholera vaccine and vaccination technology were enough to make the world's medical system a big step forward. It can be said that there can be no Jerome Bonaparte in this world, but it is absolutely impossible to live without Louis Pasteur. Of course, the current Louis Pasteur does not know that his future achievements will become a monument in the history of scientific research in the world, and he will not understand why he can be kissed by Jerome Bonaparte when he is uneasy. An ordinary scientific researcher? Jerome Bonaparte nodded kindly to Louis Pasteur, and then half jokingly and half seriously said to Jane Dulles, "My favorite is scientific researchers. They devote all their energy to studying various phenomena that seem incredible, and dedicate their blood to their loyalty to the motherland." That's right. Scientific researchers dedicate their energy to scientific research and their blood to the motherland. Jane Dulles also saw Jerome Bonaparte's love for Louis Pasteur, even though Jane Dulles didn't know what kind of ability he had as a student who liked to get into the horns. In the eyes of the ruling party, it is still a joy to be able to come out with such a student as one of his subordinates. Your Excellency in power, I'm just an ordinary person. I really don't have much ability. Jerome Bonaparte and Jane Dulles complimented Louis. Basset became more modest and cautious. In Paris, there are many people like me. There are indeed many people in Paris who have similar energy to you, but they are all a bit worse than you in terms of talent. Jerome Bonaparte saw Louis Pasteur's pursed lips and immediately understood that he wanted to continuing to be humble. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. "Please let me finish my sentence." Louis Pasteur pursed his lips and continued to *** up his ears to listen to Jerome Bonaparte's speech. I once heard a scientist say that genius comes from 99% hard work and 1% inspiration. However, it is 1% inspiration that determines whether a person can become an inventor. If a person has no talent, even if his efforts are several times or even dozens of times more than ordinary people, but it's just useless work. Sometimes, a sudden inspiration is often more useful than working for several days or dozens of days. Jerome Bonaparte, referring to Louis Pasteur, he said solemnly, and anew, he saw the potential to become an inventor. Your body, spirit and talent can fully support you to become a great scientist in France. Louis Pasteur heard the confusion sincerity in Jerome Bonaparte's words, and he was even more when he finished boasting without any pretense. Can I really be a great French scientist? Louis Pasteur couldn't help asking himself in his heart. He recalled the difficult road to study at the beginning and the lofty ambition he vowed to benefit the world when he was in college. A shy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Your Excellency, I still can't afford the reputation of being the greatest scientist. I'm just a fledgling scholar, of course. I hope my research can be recognized by people, and my results can be recognized by more people benefit. Louis Pasteur's tone became more and more powerful, and his eyes changed from confusion to firmness. Under the influence of Jerome Bonaparte, Louis Pasteur became stronger. Excellent. Jerome Bonaparte applauded Louis Pasteur's transformation. This is what a real scientific researcher should be in, and a scientific researcher should keep moving forward. The firm belief of not hitting the south wall, and not looking back. Jane Dulles on the side also nodded in approval for his student's transformation. Your Excellency, don't praise me. Louis Pasteur showed a shy smile again. Ha ha ha. Our future great inventors also have a time to be ashamed. Jerome Bonaparte laughed lightly, and then went straight to the topic. Mr. Louis Pasteur, maybe you didn't have many achievements comparable to your talent. After all, you are still young, but I believe that you will definitely have in the future. However, I hope that your achievements can be achieved as soon as possible. Jerome Bonaparte told Louis Pasteur hinted, France needs you. I will make some achievements as soon as possible. Louis Pasteur hurriedly assured Jerome Bonaparte. By the way, I heard that the scientific research environment at the University of Strasbourg is somewhat unsatisfactory. Jerome Bonaparte pretended to ask Louis Pasteur, is that right? The scientific research of the University of Strasbourg is indeed worse than that of Paris. Louis Pasteur nodded frankly. However, I have the confidence to overcome the difficulties. No matter how hard you are a scientist. Jerome Bonaparte sighed, then got up and walked to the drawer, took out a check for 100,000 francs, and placed it in Louis Pasteur's in front of him. This is a little bit of my heart for college education. No, Your Excellency, I cannot accept it. Louis Pasteur wanted to reject Jerome Bonaparte. Take it. Jerome Bonaparte put the check in Louis Pasteur's pocket and continued. This money will be used as compensation for him. Monsieur Louis Pasteur, from now on from the beginning, you will no longer be a professor at the University of Strasbourg, but the deputy director of the Department of Health under the Ministry of Public Works, enjoying the status of a professor at the École Normale Supérieure. Jerome Bonaparte's appointment, Louis Pasteur and Jane Dulles, were stunned, although they had not heard of the health service, a newly created department that had a history until the 1870s and 1880s, a department established by the Third Republic of France, but being able to hold the position of deputy director means that he has entered the ranks of the middle-income earners in Paris at the age of 28. Louis Pasteur has climbed into the field that most Parisians cannot reach at the age of 38 or even 48. It is really a profound grace. If you still want to keep your teaching status, I will not stop you. You can choose any school to serve as the provost and principal. I believe that with your ability, you should be able to do this easily. Jerome Bonaparte offered conditions that would drive all educators mad. What do you think? How about it? What else could it be? Of course it is excellent, and no one can refuse. Louis Pasteur, of course, was no exception to the position attack of Jerome Bonaparte. Jane Dulles on the side also showed a slightly jealous look. When he was in the age group of Louis Pasteur, he was still having a headache about whether he could be in the École Normale Supérieure when, of course, Louis Pasteur agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's condition with a trembling voice. Your Excellency, you need me to do something for you. I will equip you with a professional team to help you study the treatment of injuries and cholera together. Jerome Bonaparte immediately informed him of the direction of Louis Pasteur's research. Throughout the 19th century, cholera had always been a problem that plagued the whole of France. Successive French governments could not properly solve this problem. Now, Jerome Bonaparte is determined to take a good political approach to cholera and the environment, and reduce the mortality rate. Ways to increase the population, treatment of the plague and cholera. Louis Pasteur repeatedly chewed on Jerome Bonaparte's words. Riyadh1.com, and carefully put forward his own difficulties. To tell you the truth, I also did a lot of research on the morphology of germs during university. But because my university mainly studies chemistry, it will take some time for the sudden transition. Please rest assured, I will equip you with the most professional equipment and team. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Louis Pasteur, if all goes well, you will not only be able to join the French Academy of Sciences, but also a name that has gone down in history. After thousands of years, the world may no longer remember Jerome Bonaparte, but it will always remember Louis Pasteur. Jerome Bonaparte's words were exactly what Louis Pasteur thought. The reason why scientists study hard for the benefit of all mankind is not just to be able to imprint their name in history like Newton, Descartes and others above. Not to mention that the crystallization of his love with his wife was taken away by the cholera. From the perspective of a researcher and a father, Louis Pasteur has to fight against cholera too. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter. 310 Health System Construction, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 310, the second round of agricultural modernization. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. May 20, 1851. Jane Dulles spent nearly a week asking the experts from the physiocrats of the French Academy of Sciences and biology experts, and finally put the 40-page agricultural support and reform plan on the morning of the 20th. In the hands of Jerome Bonaparte. The plan proposes that France should build a more complete agricultural security system and build a more convenient agricultural marketization channel, and that all regions, provinces, and cities should take action to establish agriculture-based universities and higher vocational colleges. For students who enter these colleges, the Republic will waive tuition and fees for them free of charge. After graduation, those who are willing to take root in the countryside and devote themselves to the study of agricultural construction will be directly given the qualification to enter the French system with priority. The popular point is temporary workers and become a reserve team within the French system. All agricultural cadres who enter the French civil service system enjoy an annual allowance of several hundred francs more than other cadres of the same level, and outstanding agricultural cadres will have the opportunity to travel to Paris to publicize their agricultural experience. Of course, in addition to using the priority system to tempt young French people to sign up. In the plan, the intensity of agricultural cooperatives is also unprecedentedly strengthened. Collectives who voluntarily participate in agricultural cooperatives can enjoy low-interest loans from local banks. France also provides small-scale subsidies for some agricultural products, which are distributed by government departments. The intensity of such a preferential treatment seems to be a step-by-step promotion of the agricultural cooperative model to the whole of France, so as to achieve the purpose of allowing capital to enter the countryside vertically. In order to encourage the reclamation of wasteland in France. A large amount of wasteland exists in the central region of France. The agricultural and commercial departments also made a certain amount of compensation for each acre of reclaimed fields at the same time. The bill also said that bad droppings can increase fertilizer for agriculture, and France should sign trade agreements with South American countries such as Bolivia as soon as possible. Looking at the pile of agricultural reform proposals with a thickness of half a book in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte's face showed a trace of sadness, and Dulles was far more serious about agriculture than he expected. Outside. There is no way. Right now, he can only carefully look at the plan provided by Jane Dulles page by page. Sitting in front of the desk, he unscrewed the opaque glass bottle containing black ink and took out the goose feathers in the pen holder. A pen so that he can circle any questions he doesn't understand before asking Minister Jane Dulles This sitting lasted for more than 6 hours, so that Jerome Bonaparte had forgotten his lunch, and the quill in his hand would sketch on the plan every time. Gradually, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jerome Bonaparte finally read the over 40-page agricultural reform proposal. At this time, the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the glass window of the Tuileries Palace on one of Jerome Bonaparte's desks, and the elongated shadow stretched all the way to the wall. Jerome Bonaparte closed the plan and rubbed the slightly sour corners of his eyes, then stood up and stretched his arms while yawning again. After 6 hours of sitting for a long time, Jerome Bonaparte's legs were a little numb. He got up and walked around the study twice, then came to the window and stared at the work in the distance. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte called de Morny, the Minister of the Seal, over. "Your Excellency." Morny bowed slightly to express his due respect to the monarch in front of him. "Print these things out, and then order the ministers of the various departments to come to the Tuileries tomorrow," Jerome Bonaparte said, after handing Jane Dulles' agricultural reform plan to him. De Morny, who took over the plan, didn't say a word. After asking Jerome Bonaparte if he needed anything else, he turned and left. On May 21st, the cabinet ministers came to the Tuileries Palace, in turn by carriage. Jerome Bonaparte handed out Jane Dulles' reform proposals to all the ministers present, and asked them for their views as the new Minister of Finance. Demain saw at first sight that what was needed behind the plan was not only the cooperation of the French administrative system, but also a huge amount of financial resources. To point out, "Your Excellency, I think this will lead to another large-scale overspending in our finances this year. At that time, we must continue to issue government bonds to be able to maintain it." Manard euphemistically protested the agricultural reform plan. Jerome Bonaparte set his sights on Jane Dulles. He was looking forward to Jane Dulles' performance. "Minister Mainy, some problems cannot be seen only on the surface of financial expenditures," Jane Dulles retorted decisively to Mainy. "We must have a long-term plan. France must build a scientific agriculture. More than half of France's fiscal revenue comes from land. We can only collect more agricultural taxes by increasing the use value of the land itself and increasing the output of the land. From a short-term perspective, we may face a temporary dilemma, but from a long-term perspective, upgrading agriculture is completely beneficial to our country's strategy of agriculture and industry going hand in hand." As an education bureaucrat, Jane Dulles did make great efforts in some aspects. He drew a pie that had not been realized to everyone present, and told them that France's finances would get better and better. Manard did not refute. He looked at Jerome Bonaparte, meaning he was asking Jerome Bonaparte what he thought. As long as it is a decision, no one can refute it. "So, I have a few questions. Can Minister Dulles answer it for me?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Jane Dulles about agricultural support and reform, including how to store and sell, how to control the local links. Jane Dulles answered Jerome Bonaparte one by one. After Jane Dulles' answer, Jerome Bonaparte clearly felt that Jane Dulles was still affected by some bookishness. However, in general, the solution is not bad. In Jane Dulles' plan, the railway has become the most critical means of transportation. He hopes that the new Minister of Railways Beroche can build the railway in the central and western regions as soon as possible. Beroche, who just accepted that the Ministry of Railways is not yet familiar with it, can only smile and express that he will consider it as much as possible. The whole meeting became a one-man show for Jane Dulles. After Jane Dulles finished speaking, Jerome Bonaparte looked around and asked them if they had anything else. After getting a silence, Jerome Bonaparte immediately said that Jane Dulles' plan could proceed to the next step. On May 22nd, Jane Dulles' plan was submitted to the Senate for review and revision, and the Senate approved all of it under the order of Jerome Bonaparte. On May 23rd, the plan came to the Legislative Council, which was left with only the Bonapartist Legislative Council, which also unified the plan and approved, in particular, a funding of 150 million francs for the plan. Of course, the funds are not distributed all at once, but in stages. This is also what Jerome Bonaparte meant. His purpose was to prevent the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce from rushing for quick success and making a thing that was originally beneficial to the country and the people into an act that harmed the people. In addition, the government does not want France to be in a situation in the late Ming dynasty The funds are scraped out of Paris, and they are scraped again when they arrive in the region. When they go to the provinces and cities, they need to be divided up layer by layer. It can really be implemented. It's not bad to have 20% left below point. Funds at each stage are reviewed strictly and issued through the Agricultural Credit Bank. Point from a certain point of view, the integrity of bankers is better than that of some bureaucrats. After the Agricultural Support and Reform Plan is approved by the Legislative Council, the second house will carry out a subpoena to the French locality point while cursing the Parisian bureaucrats. For nothing, the provinces that received Paris orders could only follow Paris orders and urge local governments to establish agricultural cooperatives and establish agricultural higher vocational colleges. The provincial government offers agricultural classes in universities, and the city-level departments are in the original state. On the basis of intermediate schools, higher vocational colleges were established. Higher schools have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. In order to meet the problem of teachers in agricultural schools, the local government had to say that some teachers who were expelled due to the Fallou law were put into agricultural schools. On June 15, 1851, the Agricultural Promotion Association and the Agricultural Association were established in the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce. This semi-official organization will be the communication channel between the agribusiness sector and local agriculture. Point at the same time, an organization called the Agricultural Inspectorate Group was also established within the Agricultural and Commercial Department. Riyadh1.com. This organization is directly affiliated to Jane Dulles. The purpose is to supervise the construction of agriculture in various provinces and prevent some people cheat. The members of the inspection team are uncertain, the number is uncertain, and the whereabouts are uncertain. This invisible blade makes the local bureaucrats less confused. After all, no one knows when and what form the Agricultural Inspectorate will appear. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the big news made by the newly established Minister of Agriculture and Commerce, the Ministry of Public Works quietly and silently established an organization called the Department of Health. The deputy director of the department was also the replacement director, Louis Pasteur. Unlike the technocrats of other departments of the Ministry of Public Works, whose officers are mostly doctors, many people, including the health service, do not understand why their minister set up the organization. At the same time, in a secluded place on the outskirts of Paris, an institute called the Umbrella appeared. In this newly established institute, Louis Pasteur, deputy director of the health department, was leading a group of like-minded people. Scientific researchers conduct experiments, and the object of their experiments is a death row prisoner. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https://Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address, https Make France Great Again mobile read, https:// For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the \favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 311 Agricultural Modernization second bullet, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Conscience and Progress. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. First, sir, do we really have to use real people for experiments? The young man standing beside Louis Pasteur looked at the prisoner who was tightly bound by the linen rope. There was a trace of unbearable in his eyes, and then he asked Louis Pasteur nervously, Louis Pasteur also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but ask himself if doing so was really what a qualified scientific researcher should do. On one side is the future of France in the words of Jérôme Bonaparte, and on the other side is his conscience as a scientific researcher caught between conscience and love. Louis Pasteur felt an unprecedented torment. Louis Pasteur lowered his head unconsciously so that his conscience would be less condemned on the moral level, but this method of evasion was of no use at all. When Louis Pasteur adjusted his condition again and raised his head, his eyes met the eyes of the death row prisoner. From the prisoner's eyes, he saw despair and pleading. The spiritual dam that Louis Pasteur finally built up was once again hit by his conscience. After going through several conscience tortures back and forth, Louis Pasteur sighed and waved his downed arms weakly in the air twice to the members of the research room. "Let's be here today." The staff who followed Louis Pasteur and assisted him in his cholera disease research were also relieved. Using living people to do human experiments is a lot of pressure for them. The staff left the laboratory as if they were amnesty, leaving only Louis Pasteur and the death row prisoner in the laboratory. Although the death row prisoner's mouth and hands were firmly fixed, Louis Pasteur still saw the happiness of the rest of his life in his eyes. "I'm really sorry." Louis Pasteur sincerely apologized to the unknown death row inmate. Louis Pasteur thought that, if it wasn't for him, the death row prisoner would not have been sent here, and he should have died under the guillotine. The death row prisoner didn't speak, but cast a grateful look at Louis Pasteur. He didn't know how long he could continue in this state, and it was worth living a day now. On the afternoon of the same day, Louis Pasteur wrote a letter to the general director of the institute requesting the suspension of human experiments with a heavy heart, and handed it over to the director of the institute through the security personnel of the Umbrella Institute. The general director of the Umbrella Research Institute, who is also the general manager of Norinco Group, Basilio, after hearing the news of the research institute and receiving a letter from Louis Pasteur, regardless of his busy business, Basilio immediately went to the institute to find Louis Pasteur and discouraged Louis Pasteur to conduct research as soon as possible. "I really can't bear to see." After hearing the response of Louis Pasteur's women's benevolence, Basilio rebuked Louis Pasteur for betraying the trust of the ruling lord. Louis Pasteur, who was hit by Basilio's mental attack, spent a night in a daze and wrote a letter of resignation the next day. The letter said that he had failed the president's trust in him, and now he is no longer qualified for the positions of director of the institute and deputy director of the health department. The letterhead came to Jerome Bonaparte's study through a secret passage between Louis Pasteur and Jerome Bonaparte, a privilege given to Louis Pasteur by Jerome Bonaparte. At that time, Jerome Bonaparte, who was dealing with French government affairs, saw Louis Pasteur's request for a strike on the letterhead and immediately called Basilio over to yell at him. Then asked Basilio, why did Louis Pasteur want to resign? Basilio respectfully told Jerome Bonaparte the content of the previous night's conversation. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly felt that those scientific researchers were all looking for trouble, and that death row prisoners also made a contribution for the country's medical history. Is it bad to contribute? Anyway, they are all people who are going to die, so how about using the waste? At present, Jerome Bonaparte can only go to the institute in person to communicate with Louis Pasteur's psychological work. The period from June to September every year is the period of cholera outbreaks. If the chronic disease of cholera cannot be completely solved, God knows if the next outbreak will take him away. By the way, in the face of cholera, both commoners and princes and nobles are all equal. It's just that after the princes and nobles get cholera, it is possible to detect and deal with it early. As for whether the problem can be completely solved, it can only depend on the immunity of the individual. In the early morning of the third day, a black carriage set out from the courtyard of the Tuileries Palace. The carriage traveled through the hazy morning mist and soon drove to the suburbs of Paris. Walking north along the Seine, the morning fog gradually dissipated, and a two-story house appeared about 500 meters in front of the carriage. The carriage stopped in front of the house, and the guard in charge of guarding the house immediately raised the magnet rifle in his hand and asked, "Who is it? What are you doing here, Jerome?" Bonaparte got off the carriage, and the guard slowly put down his rifle and saluted Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Excellency, Jerome." Bonaparte returned the salute to the guard with satisfaction. Under the guidance of the guard, Jerome Bonaparte entered the house. This house by the water covers a large area. From the perspective of gardening style, it should be a product of the Rococo period. The moss in the corner and the half-peeled wall skin are silently explaining the history of the courtyard to Jerome Bonaparte. If the attributes of the house itself as a research institute are removed, it is also an option. to use the house as a place for leisure and vacation. Where is Mr. Pasteur's room? Asked Jerome Bonaparte, who was looking at the beautiful place in front of him. It's right in front. The guard pointed to the small rooms in the distance. That's where the staff of the research institute live. Under the guidance of the guard, Jerome Bonaparte soon came to Louis Pasteur's residence. Here he saw Louis Pasteur's wife and a young son, from whom Jerome Bonaparte learned that Louis Pasteur went to work in the laboratory early in the morning. After saying goodbye to Louis Pasteur's wife and children, Jerome Bonaparte went to the laboratory of the institute, which is the two-story house. At the gate of the house, Jerome Bonaparte saw Louis Pasteur. Your Excellency, Louis Pasteur whispered to Jerome Bonaparte in shame. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte did not criticize Louis Pasteur. He smiled and patted Louis Pasteur on the shoulder and said, "It's been a long time." Jerome Bonaparte's encouragement made Louis Pasteur even more ashamed. He felt that he had betrayed the trust placed in him by the government. "I know you're under pressure. That's why I'll come and have a good talk with you," Jerome Bonaparte continued to Louis Pasteur. Under the leadership of Louis Pasteur, Jerome Bonaparte soon came to the underground laboratory on the negative first floor. Now the laboratory is equipped with all kinds of glassware and microscopes, and there is an uneasy smell of alcohol in the air. "Your Excellency, this is a laboratory," Louis Pasteur introduced to Jerome Bonaparte, and introduced several staff members to Jerome Bonaparte one by one. The staff in the laboratory showed excited expressions after seeing Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte also greeted them with a smile. After observing the laboratory, Louis Pasteur brought Jerome Bonaparte to the reception room. 2 cups of steaming coffee were placed on the table in the reception room, and Jerome Bonaparte and Louis Pasteur sat down at the same time. "Mr. Pasteur, can you tell me why you are resigning?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Louis Pasteur, taking a sip of his coffee. Louis Pasteur said with a wry smile, "Your Excellency, I can't face those death row prisoners. He can be different from those little animals, Mr. Pasteur. They are always going to die. Even if you don't turn them into test subjects, they will die." Jerome Bonaparte emphasized to Louis Pasteur, however, they should be punished by the law, not used as a test. Louis Pasteur summoned the courage to say to Jerome Bonaparte, "If I do this, my conscience will be condemned, and I conscience condemned." Jerome Bonaparte retorted mercilessly, "Mr. Pasteur, please forgive me. If you can't make a drug against cholera as soon as possible, do you know how many people in our country will die because of this? How many honest and kind people will struggle to face death because they cannot be treated? As for those death row prisoners, some of them were sentenced to death for murder, and some were facing death because of foreign spies. Not a single one of them was innocent. What you are doing is to restore peace to those who have died. They should have died 1,000 times, 10,000 times, but they can use their lives to contribute to society and the country. This is the last contribution they made to the world before they died. Compared to those who died of pain, do you say that your morals are all given to those **** prisoners? Mr. Louis Pasteur, our country needs you. Our nation needs you. Now is not the time for you to back down." Under the pressure of Jerome Bonaparte to take the nation and the country as the righteousness, Louis Pasteur's love for the country was fully utilized by Jerome Bonaparte. The Umbrella Institute project begins again, and this time it will move forward without any qualms. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https. Make France Great Again mobile read, https. // for the convenience of reading next time. You can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 312 Conscience and Progress, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 312 Logistical Problems. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. After the agrarian reforms of Jane Dulles and the strike of Louis Pasteur, there was nothing to worry about Jerome Bonaparte. For the next 3 months, France was creeping towards a fully industrialized country at a steady and slow pace. In the Lorraine and Calais regions, one after another steel mills sprang up due to the executive order of Jérôme Bonaparte and bank loans. The enhanced version of the Bessemer steel-making method made the high phosphorus iron, or in the Lorraine region, more abundant. Where it is used, the steel output value of Lorraine and Calais has gradually surpassed Le Clayser, adding a new engine to the French military industry. The Ministry of War, the Ministry of Railways, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce also stepped up their cooperation. With the cooperation of the railway, the army and the telegraph, the French troops assembled at a speed several times faster than before, and then transported the assembled troops to the designated locations one by one. Under the continuous running of the three departments, the efficiency of railway transportation is getting faster and faster. The time came to early September as the troops assembled and mobilized again and again, but a brand new problem appeared in front of Jérôme Bonaparte, the Ministry of War and the Office of the Secretary. With the improvement of the speed and efficiency of troop mobilization, the logistics support mechanism of the French army has become more and more difficult, resulting in a situation where the army arrived at its destination, but the supplies could not arrive on time. Although Jérôme Bonaparte repeatedly ordered the Ministry of Railways and the Ministry of War to work out a material guarantee process as soon as possible. But the Ministry of Railways and the Ministry of War never came up with a solution that would satisfy Jérôme Bonaparte. This made Jérôme Bonaparte so irritated that he did not sleep well for several days. Even if you fall asleep in a daze, you will be pleasantly surprised by the terrifying scene in your dream. Jérôme Bonaparte was once again awakened by his own nightmare. He dreamed that old Malky led a million Prussian army to crush them overwhelmingly, and his army taught the most basic material support. There was no way to complete it, and the whole army was filled with a sense of defeatism, and the old Malky in the dream crushed his army like history. When Jérôme Bonaparte woke up, he got up and sat on the bed. After a while, he felt the slightest chill on his back and stretched his hand to his back. At this moment, he realized that his back was already wet. Maybe it's because of the hot weather in September, or because of nightmares, but now he feels uncomfortable all over. With the help of the moonlight outside the window, he touched the pocket watch under the pillow, opened it and glanced at the time. It was 4:15 in the morning, more than an hour before the sun rose. But now he didn't have a trace of sleepiness, put on the casual clothes scattered on the ground, and Jérôme Bonaparte left the bedroom. The maid who inspected the Tuileries Palace immediately saluted Jérôme Bonaparte. After seeing Jérôme Bonaparte appeared in the corridor, he waved his hand to reject the cumbersome aristocratic etiquette and told the maid that he needed a hot bath. After the maid heard Jérôme Bonaparte's order, she quickly gathered her fellow patrolling companions to give Jérôme Bonaparte what she needed to bathe. Jérôme Bonaparte returned to the study alone to continue processing the papers that had not been processed the previous night. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door, and Jérôme Bonaparte stopped writing to open the door. The maid standing at the door was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Jérôme Bonaparte. After a brief panic, the maid regained her composure and told Jérôme Bonaparte that everything she needed to take a bath was ready. Under the guidance of the maid, Jérôme Bonaparte came to the bathroom. Entering the bathroom alone, he took off all his clothes and went into the wooden tub, soaking his body in the water, leaving only one head. He was thinking about logistical solutions, and he always felt that there was something tricky about it. Jérôme Bonaparte, who had been thinking for a long time in the water, suddenly thought of a person. Maybe he could get a solution from his mouth. As soon as he said it, Jérôme Bonaparte quickly climbed out of the tub, wiped his body briefly, put on the casual clothes he had already prepared, and left the bathroom. Before leaving the bathroom, Jérôme Bonaparte glanced at the time on his pocket watch again. It was already 5:35. The summer sun slowly rises from the horizon, and the warm sun dispels the coolness of the night, and it also dispels the desertedness of Paris. The tranquility of the night no longer exists, and the city wakes up again from its dream. Your Excellency. Jérôme Bonaparte, who left the bathroom and came to the living room, met Moquet, the General Affairs Director, and Moquet greeted Jérôme Bonaparte respectfully. Moquet, Jérôme Bonaparte, eager to get the answer, gave Moquet an order in a hurried tone. "Get me a car right now." "Yes," Moquet quickly responded. Not long after, a carriage appeared in the courtyard of the Tuileries Palace. "Let's go." Jerome Bonaparte called Mockett and left together. Yes. Mockett didn't ask too much and left directly with Jerome Bonaparte. Point after the carriage left the Tuileries Palace, Jerome Bonaparte revealed where he was going. Point the carriage galloped down the streets of Paris and soon arrived at the destination of Jerome Bonaparte's trip. Get out of the car. Looking at the mansion outside the window, Jerome Bonaparte opened the door. Mocker also followed Jerome Bonaparte and got out of the car, and the two came to the mansion. Point Jerome Bonaparte gently knocked on the bronze door of the mansion, and the voice of Major General Neil, the logistics director, came from inside the mansion. "Who?" "I, Jerome Bonaparte," said Jerome Bonaparte lightly. There was the sound of staggering running in the room, and the mansion door opened. Major General Neil appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte. "Executive, Your Excellency." Neil hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Point after Jerome Bonaparte returned his salute to Neil, he half jokingly and half seriously said, "Won't you invite me in for a seat?" Neil hurriedly woke up. He hurriedly invited Jerome Bonaparte in and asked his wife to prepare a meal. Point Neil's wife, after seeing Jerome Bonaparte's arrival, also acted to prepare things. Jerome Bonaparte and Neil sat on a slightly crude red sofa and talked. "Your Excellency, why did you suddenly think of?" Major General Neil seemed to be a little uneasy. He didn't understand why Jerome Bonaparte suddenly visited. "Don't be nervous." Jerome Bonaparte smiled and comforted Neil. "I was originally a casual person, so I would take the liberty to disturb today. No, it's an honor for you to come to me." Major General Neil hurriedly complimented Jerome Bonaparte. "I'm here to ask you what you think about the logistics deployment of the Ministry of War recently." Jerome Bonaparte asked Neil this. Major General Neil looked at Jerome Bonaparte hesitantly. He didn't know whether he should say something to Jerome Bonaparte. Point Neil believed that it was not only himself, but I was afraid that the minister and the others also saw the problem, but this problem could not circumvent the genius emperor, so they did not dare to say it. "Don't worry. I won't blame you." Jerome Bonaparte saw Neil's hesitation, and he boldly encouraged Neil. "Your Excellency, how should you understand what a military station is?" Neil, who was encouraged by Jerome Bonaparte, said cautiously. "Barracks." Jerome Bonaparte replied, after thinking for a moment. "Where are soldiers trained and assigned?" "Yes." Neil first affirmed some of Jerome Bonaparte's understanding, and then added, "The role of the military station is not only to manage the training of soldiers, but also to serve as a transfer station for soldiers. It shoulders a role of supply gathering, and every time the army arrives at a military station, it can be replenished." "What do you mean? The current military station no longer has the ability to gather supplies?" Jerome Bonaparte instantly understood what Neil meant. "That's right. The genius emperor has abolished the function of gathering the supply of troops. He believes that the best way for the French army is to choose local supplies." Major General Neil justified Emperor Napoleon with his longing for Emperor Napoleon. In that era, on-site resupply really improved the mobility of combat troops. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte still didn't understand what Neil meant. His uncle abolished the supply function of the military station and used local supply to improve the mobility of the French army. This was indeed an effective method in the early 19th century, when the railway was in its infancy. With the opening of the railway, the French army no longer needs to travel with their families, and the railway can send the army to the front line faster. The once convenient on-site supply has become a factor that confuses the army, and the poor military station is back on its feet. It is only necessary to set up military stations along the railway, and then the railway can deliver the materials to the places where they are needed at a faster speed, thus saving the time for the troops to requisition supplies on the spot. In the final analysis, it is still the change of the times. In just 30 years, the form of war has undergone earth-shaking changes. Riyadh1.com. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Jerome Bonaparte complained. Major General Neil smiled awkwardly and did not speak. Whoever dared to accuse the emperor in front of the emperor's nephew in the entire War Department was simply an old birthday star who was eating arsenic, tired of living. No one dared to refute the emperor's correctness. "Can the French military station be restored?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Major General Neil again. After thinking for a moment, Major General Neil responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "I'm afraid there will be some difficulties. not to mention the function of restoring the supply of the military depot, even the functions of distribution and training. Fuck, how did the army become like this? Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Your Excellency, please don't be angry. Major General Neil touched his left cheek embarrassingly and said, the army has not participated in a large-scale war for decades, and all our experience was obtained in Algiers. The slack in the army is also forgivable. What do you mean? France has to carry out a large-scale military operation if it wants to quickly regain its previous strength. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // in order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 313 Logistics Supply Problem, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 313 Military Reform Dilemma. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. You mean that if the army wants to return to its original appearance, it must carry out a large-scale military operation. Major General Neil was taken aback by Jerome Bonaparte's sudden war talk. God is pitiful. His original intention was just to ask Jerome Bonaparte not to be too hasty on the road of reforming the army. After all, the reform of the military is not achieved overnight, especially in the era of peace. It is necessary to balance the interests of all parties, to find a balance point, to complete the reform of the military. Reforms that seek quick success and quick profits will only lead to resistance from all parties, and the combat effectiveness of the army will not increase, but decline. Of course, the use of war to promote reform in the opposite direction is also a suitable method. Your Majesty, in fact, the reform of the military station involves various interests, and these problems are far from being solved by a war. Our army has also fought wars in Spain and Belgium. Major General Neil gave Jero a serious expression. Jim Bonaparte explained that he tried to persuade Jerome Bonaparte to give up the idea of solving the problem of the military station in a short time. Major General Neil, if you are in charge of rectifying the military post, how long will it take you to restore the post to its original function? Jerome Bonaparte asked with a smile. After listening to Major General Neil's explanation, Major General Neil said that he believed that Neil should have thought of a solution. Just as Jerome Bonaparte had expected, Major General Neil wanted to raise 3 fingers and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. 3 years. Your Excellency, please give me 3 years. The recruitment function of the military station can be restored. What about the material function? Jerome Bonaparte was keenly aware of Major General Neil's loophole. I'm afraid it will take another 2 years. Major General Jerome Bonaparte explained, Your Excellency, we must ensure that the location of the military station is in line with the railway, which means that the existing military station must be. It will take at least 3 years to rebuild a brand new military station system. Neil's explanation convinced Jerome Bonaparte that Neil had the ability to promote military reform. He immediately said, okay, I can give you 3 years. Besides, you have to promise me a few conditions. Neil then put forward his own conditions. Jerome Bonaparte asked with a smile of interest, tell me, what conditions? The first condition is that I hope that the number of recruits from next year will increase. Neil put forward his first condition. Could it be that the reserves of the French army are not enough? Jerome Bonaparte asked curiously. Yes and no. Major General Neil embarrassingly said a bigger problem currently facing the army, that is, the aging of the army. Our army has too many experienced veterans. Most of them have served for more than 10 years, or even more than 20 years, and a large number of soldiers aged 40 to 50 stay in the army. Such soldiers often become cancer in the army, and they will put the army is completely corrupted. So we have to remove these people from the army. Major General Neil wanted to rectify the existing military service system of the French Republic by rectifying the military station. Major General Neil Have you ever thought about how those who have been eliminated from the army should seek to survive in this society? Jerome Bonaparte immediately asked. Some of them have already entered the army when they were teenagers. Has been in the army for more than 20 years. It can be said to be isolated from the world. People like this only kill and drink. You suddenly kicked them out of the army. How will they survive after that? Jerome Bonaparte's rhetorical question really made Major General Neil realize the trouble that he had never thought about before. That is, the placement of veterans. I didn't think about it, Jerome. Bonaparte thought carefully about the solution for a certain great power in the future, and then replied, that's it. For every soldier who has reached a certain age, the army will issue a subsidy, and the payment of the subsidy will vary depending on the situation. Soldiers who have served in the army for more than 12 years, the state will be obliged to seek jobs for them, and the government will also issue documents to state-owned enterprises and private enterprises at the regional, provincial, and municipal levels, so that they can properly place veterans. Even the poorest soldiers can act as security guards in factories. We have to make sure that the guys who are kicked out of the army don't become a destabilizing factor in society. Jerome Bonaparte's solution is neither good nor bad. The entry of a large number of unemployed soldiers into state-owned enterprises and private enterprises will certainly result in loss of business costs, but from the perspective of maintaining stability, the re-employment of soldiers is conducive to the stability of the army and society. At least the soldiers will no longer become the dregs of society and be despised by all parties as before. After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte once again asked Neil how many soldiers should be increased each year. Your Excellency, I think there should be an increase of 20,000 people every year, that is to say, from the original 80,000 to 100,000. Major General Jerome Bonaparte said. Hearing Major General Neil's words, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help shaking his head and said with emotion, do you know what it means to increase by 20,000 people? It means that the army of the army will have to spend on a large scale again. Major General Neil replied with a sonorous force, standing upright in front of Jerome Bonaparte, since, you know, why increase it? Jerome Bonaparte said to Brigadier General Neil, now there are only the two of us. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Mockett again and immediately changed his tune. There are only the three of us. Let me tell you the truth. France needs money in the West. How can I have any extra money to invest in the army? An additional 20,000 troops are added every year. This means that the army will spend nearly 100 million francs every year. Your Excellency, I think this is totally worth it. Major General Neil said without giving in at all. The army we can mobilize can also increase by 100,000 to 150,000 people. Neil's words hit the heart of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who had always been eager to build a huge army, would not care about the so-called military expenditure. What if France spends 100 million more on the military every year? From now until the Franco-Prussian War, the extra military expenditure is only 2 billion yuan, which is a drop in the bucket, compared with the compensation after the Franco-Prussian War. I can agree to your terms. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Neil. The second condition, I hope to increase the amount of substitute service. Major General Jerome Bonaparte once again put forward a condition. Compared with the first harsh condition, the second condition is particularly loose. How much do you want to improve? 4,000 francs per person, said Major General Jerome Bonaparte. 4,000 francs. About $12,000. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Major General Neil in surprise. It's not easy to raise this money. A French peasant's annual income balance is about 900 to 1200 francs, and the right to be exempted from military service for 4,000 francs is equivalent to the money that an ordinary peasant family can save by working without food or drink for 4 years. Of course, this money is not a big problem for families of the bourgeois class. That's right. Major General Neil's purpose was to make those French peasants who wanted to evade military service not able to evade military service. The army must have some good children to maintain its own discipline. I have a suggestion. When the Ministry of War recruits soldiers, can it focus on the cities where the recruits are recruited? Jerome Bonaparte suddenly realized why he took this opportunity to cut those bourgeois leaks. Every year, the money paid by the bourgeois class to exempt from military service is transferred to the countryside in the form of subsidies, so as to make the French countryside less resistant to military service. Major General Neil did not speak. The specific recruitment was handled by the recruitment department and the recruitment committee under the quartermaster department. He was just an ordinary director of the logistics department. Apart from these two conditions, do you have any other conditions? Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask Major General Neil. No more. Major General Neil shook his head. As long as these two conditions are met, then I'm confident that the military station will resume its original functions within 3 years. Remember what you said. Jerome Bonaparte sat up again from the sofa and said to Major General Neil, "Let's go." Major General Neil looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the pendulum clock and said to Major General Neil, "It's almost 8 o'clock now. It's time for you to go to work." It was only then that Major General Neil realized that his work in the War Department was not done. "Let's go. Ride in my carriage." Jerome Bonaparte invited Major General Neil to get into the carriage. The carriage carried Jerome Bonaparte and Major General Neil to the front of the Ministry of War building. Jerome Bonaparte, who entered the hall of the Ministry of War, was led by Secretary of State Benjamin Clemenceau into the office of the Minister of War, St. Arnault. "Your Majesty." As for Jerome Bonaparte and Neil entering his office together, St. Arnault felt a little out of his opinion. The specific situation. Riyadh1.com. Major General Neil has already reported it to me. Jerome Bonaparte immediately said to St. Arnault, "I know your difficulties, not just because you are afraid to say the emperor it's not good. It arouses my dissatisfaction, since Jerome Bonaparte had pierced that layer of window paper. There was no need for St. Arnault to pretend to be confused. There are some factors." St. Arnault responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "But there are also many problems with the army itself. Since you have already discovered the problem, why don't you correct it?" Jerome Bonaparte's tone became somewhat aggressive. "Your Majesty, the army is a huge hole." Rashly, St. Arnault was afraid that the drastic reforms might cause unfavorable factors to the Bonapartists. In his opinion, France maintains the existing system and is still the #1 army in Europe. Even if the reform is completed, France will still be #1 in Europe. If they do not change to be the first in Europe, they will still be the first in Europe after the reform. So why should they take huge political risks to carry out reform? Not only St. Arnault had this idea, but the vast majority of military bureaucrats in the War Department also agreed with St. Arnault. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorite below to record the reading record of this chapter. 314 Military Reform Dilemma, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 314, Change People Without Changing Ideas. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Faced with Minister St. Arnault's explanation, Jerome Bonaparte didn't know how to refute his reluctance to make progress remarks from a historical point of view. This kind of thinking is undoubtedly a mistake. It will lead the French army into the abyss. If we stand at the time to observe, not carrying out reforms can indeed reduce a lot of troubles, and not every reform can achieve results. Successful reforms can be remembered, and those that fail are simply swept away as the **** of history. Adhering to the principle of doing more and making more mistakes, and doing less and making fewer mistakes, the reform impetus of the French army is not as urgent as Jerome Bonaparte imagined. And it even produces a kind of resistance to reform. Except for Jerome Bonaparte, no one will know what will happen to France next. Generals and marshals will only see that France has won more victories with a small army, and as long as victory can be assured, all defects can be buried. Mr. Minister, I still remember the first time you met me, but it wasn't like this. Although Jerome Bonaparte understood St. Arnold's choice, he still expressed his dissatisfaction. "How motivated you were back then, as if no problem could hold you back. Look at you now, how did you become like this?" Could it be said that the position of the Minister of War can really change a person's original intention? Jerome Bonaparte's words made Minister St. Arnold's face show a trace of fear. For Jerome Bonaparte, who had established a dictatorial system, the dismissal of St. Arnold, the Minister of War, was nothing more than a matter of a word thing. What about St. Arnold, who helped him complete the coup d'état? The golden bottle shares the drink with you, and it is a quality that every monarch should have. The struggle between powers does not allow for the slightest mercy, Your Majesty. It's really. Minister St. Arnold tried his best to explain something, but was interrupted by Jerome Bonaparte raising his hand. "Now immediately bring everyone from the War Department to the conference hall. I'd like to see how many people want to stay on the credit and don't want to move." Minister St. Arnold, who wanted to restore some of his impressions in front of Jerome Bonaparte, went to his subordinate departments to convene the bureaus and division level officials of the Ministry of War to discuss matters in the conference hall. Looking at the back of Minister St. Arnold leaving, Major General Neil's mouth showed a bitter smile. He knew that he not only offended St. Arnold, the Minister of War, but would also offend most of his colleagues in the War Department. Nowadays, if you want to survive in the army, you have to rely on the trust of the government. From a certain point of view, Major General Neil will be more loyal than St. Arnaud and others after all. After the coup d'état, Minister St. Arnold's conscious roots took root in his own small circle. In this regard, Jerome Bonaparte still adheres to the stance of fighting without breaking, and it is the most important thing to cultivate a force that has always been completely his own. Point with Minister St. Arnold's personal summons, the leaders of the various departments under the Ministry of War were more active than usual. Point the time soon came to 10am. Point Logistics Department, Personnel Department, Quartermaster Department, Ordnance Department, Algerian Affairs Department, Military Affairs Department, of which the two departments of War History and Surveying and Mapping have been assigned to the Secretary Office, the Ministry of Finance and the Secretary Office, the Infantry Artillery Personnel Committee, the Fort Military Committee. All important members of the Military Medical Committee were present. Before the meeting, War Department officials in the chairs were chattering, with many officials speculating that the president was likely criticizing them for deficiencies between recent military exercises. At 10:15, Jerome Bonaparte entered the meeting room together with Minister St. Arnold, Major General Neil and Secretary of State Benjamin. An astonishing scene happened. Minister St. Arnold, who was the Ministry of War, sat on the left side of Jerome Bonaparte, while Major General Neil sat on the right side of Jerome Bonaparte. Point to a certain extent, the order of seats represents the closeness of the monarch. Does this mean that Minister St. Arnold has lost the love of the ruling party? Point in the conference hall, there were uneasy expressions on the faces of several of St. Arnold's cronies brought from Africa, and a smile appeared on the corners of the mouths of several generals who were against St. Arnold. Everyone was waiting for Jerome Bonaparte to speak. "Defenders of the Republic, I came here today to think of a serious matter for you to discuss." Jerome Bonaparte paused, glanced at the directors and division directors under the stage, and said, "The first paragraph. Time, a military exercise jointly formulated by the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Railways, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce. To be honest, that military exercise made me very dissatisfied. I never imagined that our army would become what it is now in just 30 years. The army would encounter so many things after going to the designated place." Jerome Bonaparte commented on some of the shortcomings of the French army today. "Our military station cannot guarantee the basic needs of the army. Our grain collection team is a group of bandits and villains, and our soldiers, the same. It's also a bunch of rabble." Jerome Bonaparte sternly criticized the free and loose style of France and the problems related to the inability of the military station to complete its functions. The generals who got so many technical terms from Jerome Bonaparte did not know that they must appear in the army. After seeing the traitor, they immediately set their sights on Major General Neil, and they were sure that it was Major General Neil's whistleblower. The corner of Major General Neil's mouth once again showed a wry smile. From the moment Jerome Bonaparte found him, he would probably lose most of his popularity in the Ministry of War despite losing the friendship of his colleagues in the War Department. Neil gained the friendship of the monarch. As long as he can learn to hold his thighs, he can be invincible. Jerome Bonaparte, who had reprimanded him for a long time, felt his mouth dry. He swallowed and pointed at Near beside him. Director Near, tell them about the problems in the army now. Yes. Near responded to Jerome Bonaparte, and he spoke passionately about the shortcomings that present was well aware of. After Major General Neil finished speaking, the Minister of Everyone War St. Arnault immediately applauded. Well said. Afterwards, St. Arnault reprimanded the officials under the stage with a straight face. I told you a long time ago that you should pay more attention to anything you encounter. Major General Neil has done a good job in this regard. We gave the War Department a direction. Next, St. Arnault gushed about Jerome Bonaparte's prescience to the members of the War Department in the audience, and did not mention the contribution of Major General Near here. The contribution of Major General Near seems trivial. Major General Neil showed a sad look, and out of the corner of his eyes he looked at Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously. Jerome Bonaparte, who felt Near's afterglow, immediately said, all thanks to Major General Near. That's right. Major General Neil really contributed a lot. Minister St. Arnault also echoed. Then, in front of all the military bureaucrats present, Jerome Bonaparte announced that Major General Neil would be in charge of overhauling the depot for the next few years. In order to make Neil more handy, General Jerome Bonaparte divided all parts of the recruitment committee and the personnel department under Neil. At the same time, it was announced to everyone present that the army will recruit from 80,000 people to 100,000 people every year, which means that the French standing army will change from 400,000 to 500,000 to 600,000. The exemption money that the consignment needs to pay has also changed from 2,400 francs to 4,000 francs. P.S. Considering that the number of people recruited each year is different under the system of consignment service, the number of troops is also high and low. In the end, all members of the War Department agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's plan. September 15, 1851. The Ministry of War submitted to Jerome Bonaparte a plan for the rectification of the military station and the adjustment of the recruitment and service system. The budget of the army and the plan was submitted on a 5-year basis, which means that during the 5-year period, the army does not need to. The issue of annual military spending is presented to the Legislative Council every year. After reading the proposal, Jerome Bonaparte immediately approved the proposal of the Ministry of War and submitted the proposal of the Ministry of War to the Legislative Council. After a lot of tossing about the proposal in the Legislative Council, mainly, the Legislative Council has some discussions on the ratio of urban and rural service population. Members of the Legislative Council know that the so-called urban service is just to extract money from the city. Riyadh1.com finally passed the proposal by majority vote. Then, the proposal was handed over to the second house. And after the procedural approval of the second house, the proposal of the Ministry of War was passed. On September 20th, Walewski, who had been in Britain for nearly 3 months, finally returned to Paris. The carriage took Walewski to the door of the Tuileries Palace. As soon as he got off the carriage, Walewski saw Jerome Bonaparte and most of the members of the Tuileries Palace walking towards him. Welcome back. Jerome Bonaparte gave Walewski a warm hug. Walewski nodded in emotion. After the welcoming ceremony, Jerome Bonaparte took Walewski to a side room of the Tuileries Palace and asked impatiently, "How is it? Britain has agreed to be consistent with us on the issue of the Russian Empire, and has also expressed its understanding on issues such as our pursuit of colonies, as long as it does not touch the interests of Britain." Walewski told Jerome in one breath. Bonaparte said the entire content of the conversation with Britain, including joint efforts against Russia, colonial expansion and French power in the Apennine Peninsula. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https / in order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 315 without changing the mind. Reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, Please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 315, Answers Diplomatic Thinking and Marriage. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Good. You did a great job, Jerome. Bonaparte applauded the complete success of Walewski's visit to Britain. In his plan, Britain and France could reach a consensus in the Near East and the task had been completed. Unexpectedly, Walewski exceeded the task, which was beyond his expectations. With a reserved smile on Walewski's face, he nodded and flattered Jerome Bonaparte. This just proves that France has gradually become Britain under your leadership. A part that cannot be ignored. Haha. Jerome Bonaparte laughed heartily at Walewski's flattery. Cousin, when did you learn to flatter others too? Walewski smiled and didn't respond. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte stopped smiling and asked about the specific situation of the British cabinet. The current British cabinet is still the head of Russell, Prime Minister Russell was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom until I left Britain, Walewski said to Jerome Bonaparte. You mean that Prime Minister Russell's current position is likely to be overturned by the opposition? Jerome Bonaparte frowned slightly, and his tone became serious. According to Jerome Bonaparte's surviving memory of history, the time when the Russell cabinet was removed should be around 1852. There is a great possibility, explained Walewski to Jerome Bonaparte. As far as I know, Lord Russell has been challenged many times. The challenge is not only the external Tories, but also the internal. His Whig counterparts are also challenging him for the prime ministership. Jerome Bonaparte's mouth curved into a smile. He leaned back slightly on the sofa and said, if I'm not mistaken, the challenger within the Whig party should be Mr. Palmerston. Walewski nodded non-committally and said, Mr. Palmerston has not been satisfied with the position of Foreign Country Secretary. He has tried many times to attack the position of Prime Minister Russell. It seems that our Prime Minister Russell is really facing a crisis of collapse. Jerome Bonaparte showed a schadenfreude smile. Although it is said that Britain and France have become quasi-ally allies, this does not prevent Jerome Bonaparte from harboring deep malice towards the political situation of Britain's frequent cabinet downfalls. Which of the political elites in Britain and France does not know? France and Britain are just a superficial husband and wife who are united because of their temporary interests. The quilt in the same door pointed the bayoneted rifle in his hand at each other. Jerome Bonaparte never hesitated to speculate on Britain with the greatest malicious intent, and even had some doubts that the reason why Britain made concessions in the Mediterranean Sea and the Pacific Ocean was most likely to guard against the Holy Alliance and the United States that reached out to the Pacific Ocean. The United States, which annexed California, is fully qualified to deploy in the Pacific, although its current power is still weak. The potential contained within it has completely surpassed the New World. Only after the two industrial revolutions are over, the industrial output value of the New World will completely crush the old Europe. At that time, America just needs to wait for the opportunity to stage filial piety to the father and son. Jerome Bonaparte believed that no one could have imagined that it would only take 2 generations for the losers who were driven to the New World to stage a hero return drama. Off topic. After a brief schadenfreude, Jerome Bonaparte returned to the topic again. He thought for a moment and then continued to ask, if Prime Minister Russell's cabinet collapses, then what will Palmerston, the Foreign Secretary, discuss with us? A series, isn't it? Jerome Bonaparte's concerns are not without reason. The Tories and Whigs have different lines, and their foreign policy will also be different. If the Tories chose to fight against France with Nicolas for the sake of European peace, then Jerome Bonaparte would have to think about when to flee to Britain for asylum. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Walewski comforted Jerome Bonaparte, and he responded confidently, my meeting with Minister Palmerston was under the witness of Prince Albert. Prince Albert? Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds, and then his slightly frowning brows stretched again. If this is the case, then Britain's foreign policy will not change much. Even Prince Albert, who was usually cautious in his words and deeds, participated in the diplomatic operations between Britain and France, which showed the attitude of the Hanoverian royal family. P.S. In Jerome Bonaparte's subconscious, Prince Albert in 1848, Prince Albert in 1851. The former guards against the revolution of the Republic, and the Russian Empire is likely to set off a big one in Europe turmoil point in 1851, when the countries were firmly connected and the threat of revolution had passed. It was very likely that Albert would change his previous views. Diplomatic leanings change as the times change. Since Britain's attitude towards the Russian Empire is as historical as it has been, Jerome Bonaparte can safely and boldly carry out certain provocative actions against the Russian Empire. Just make sure France didn't fire the first shot. That's right, Walewski whispered to Jerome Bonaparte. After pondering for a moment, Prince Albert asked me to tell you that he and Queen Victoria want to visit Britain. However, they are a little afraid the rigid system of the Republic. Jerome Bonaparte didn't understand Prince Albert's suggestion. They just said that the Republic system had better be transformed into an imperial system. Albert's suggestion is undoubtedly the desire of Jerome Bonaparte's heart. In order to successfully let France accept him as emperor, he has sent his men to various places to publicize, thus creating a kind of popular expectation. The trend of point. In order to gain the support of celebrities, he wrote letters to high-ranking officials and generals everywhere. For disobedient officials and generals, he also punished them with a thunderous attitude. Among the many high-ranking officials, George Horseman of Bordeaux has always been at the forefront of touting the army. Given the historical abilities of Baron Georges Horseman, Jerome Bonaparte has already begun to consider appointing him a high official in the same point. Of course, domestic support is not enough, international support is also essential. In July of this year, Jerome Bonaparte explained to Pope Pius IX his desire to become the Emperor of France through the channels of the Bonaparte family. In August, the trustee of Pius IX stated that as long as France could continue to protect the papal state and respect the priests, he would agree to the coronation of Jerome Bonaparte on behalf of God. If you need more sacredness, you have to pay more. Jerome Bonaparte, who received the message, immediately went to the papal state to represent France in many matters related to the coronation of the Pope. Now, the personal support of Prince Albert is undoubtedly a powerful assist. However, given Britain's long-standing ambiguity in foreign policy, Jerome Bonaparte's hot head calmed down again, and he cautiously asked again, when Prince Albert was talking to you, did Prince Albert mention his opinion on Bonaparte's ascension to the throne? After a moment of silence, Walewski shook his head and said, Prince Albert didn't mention it. Britain's diplomacy is still as smooth. Jerome Bonaparte sighed and shook his head. What's the matter? Did Prince Albert lie to us? Walewski looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. That's not the case. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head again, with a mocking look on the corner of his mouth. Britain has always wanted to maintain their aloof status, and they won't reveal themselves until the last moment. Whole card. It's better to play the Russians, or agree with me to be called the emperor. They will all leave some leeway for themselves. This is the political law on which Britain lives. Speaking of which, Jerome Bonaparte recalled a later drama. Yes, Minister, a satirical British drama. In this drama, the British bureaucracy was profoundly clarified. Until the last moment, they would never come down in person. Note, then, we. Walewski paused, then stopped abruptly. I didn't expect the answer people to give us a definite position. Jerome Bonaparte said nonchalantly. He clenched his hands into a fist and waved it twice. As long as we're strong enough, then we can conquer everything. I've always believed in this too. Walewski responded to Jerome Bonaparte without being arrogant. After Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski chatted for a while again, there was a knock on the door, and Morny appeared and reported to Jerome Bonaparte the news of Princess Mathilde's arrival. Jerome Bonaparte had an expression of resistance on his adopted face. Morny. Riyadh1.com. My brother, could you please tell my sister that I have left Tuileries now? Palace. Let him come again next time. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this won't work. Seeing the embarrassed expression on Jerome Bonaparte's face, de Morny suppressed a smile and said solemnly to Jerome Bonaparte, the princess is already in the living room, waiting for a long time. No need. I'm already here. Princess Mathilde's voice came from behind de Morny, and Jerome Bonaparte's expression became even more exciting. Sister. My Majesty the Emperor. Mathilde said in a weird French tone, you don't want to see me so much. No. Of course not. Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly shook his head and denied. How could it be, then? Why are you avoiding me everywhere? Princess Mathilde choked Jerome Bonaparte into satisfaction. Jerome Bonaparte could only listen obediently to Princess Mathilde's rebuke. Princess Mathilde first glanced at Walewski, then at de Morn, and said angrily, I just want to ask you, when are you going to get engaged to someone? Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 316 Answer Diplomatic Thinking and Marriage, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 316, Walewski is in danger. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Marriage has been a major event in life since ancient times. From the monarch to the common people, everyone is worried about who to marry. Especially for a monarch, marriage is not only about their own interests, but also about the interests of the entire country and nation. In the face of national and political interests, the happiness of the monarch is in a secondary position. In the Western world, the marriage between nobles and nobles, and between the royal family and the royal family has become an unshakable, unspoken rule. The story of the prince and Cinderella, the princess and the little tailor can only appear in the fairy tale world. Of course, as long as you can use the army to completely crush the orthodox order like Emperor Napoleon, the uncle of Jerome Bonaparte, and the army comes to the capital of the other party, then they will obediently betroth the princess to you. The mother of Jerome Bonaparte, the wife of Prince Eugene, Napoleon's adopted son. They all relied on Emperor Napoleon's soldiers to complete the counterattack. With the collapse of the Napoleonic dynasty, these imperial princes who have completed the counterattack have returned to the starting point again, and they need to rely on the protection of their wives to survive. The second generation of Bonaparte, Jérôme Bonaparte's generation, was miserable, and their marriage with the Prince family, who had only half of the noble blood, was destined to be full of ups and downs. The lucky prince, the son of Prince Eugene, after being forgiven by the royal family, married their daughter. The unlucky Prince Canino, Charles Bonaparte, can only choose internal digestion. There are also some princes Louis Napoleon, who can only marry themselves with common people. Referring to the history of OTL, Louis Napoleon married Eugenie. Eugenie's father was just a general of the empire. What's worse is that someone like Jerome Bonaparte has half of the Württemberg blood in his body, but he has done something that tramples on the sacred order. Under such circumstances, how could Jerome Bonaparte obtain the understanding of the orthodox monarch, sister? Now it's not a question of whether I want to get married or not, but whether those royal families who claim to have noble blood are willing to marry us. Jerome Bonaparte showed a sarcastic expression on his face. He spread the stool and responded to Mathilde Bonaparte. Now the pricing power is in their hands. We are just buyers without bargaining power. Facing Jerome Bonaparte's behavior of calling the princess a commodity, Mathilde Bonaparte glared at Jerome Bonaparte. From your mouth, I didn't listen a pleasant word. I'm just stating the facts. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged. Am I going to tell you, your brother, that I'm a heartthrob that everyone loves? Just you? Mathilde Bonaparte looked at Jerome Bonaparte with disgust. You don't even look at your own looks. What's wrong with the looks? Jerome Bonaparte retorted with a stubborn neck. I have perfectly inherited the fine genes of my mother and the Bonaparte family. Mathilde Bonaparte continued to stare at Jerome Bonaparte with disgust. De Morny and Walewski, who were standing aside, looked at the pair of siblings who didn't seem to have grown up, and a knowing smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Compared to Jerome Bonaparte, who had a stern face before, he was obviously much more approachable now. Only in front of Mathilde Bonaparte, his relative, would Jerome Bonaparte really pay no attention to his manners. So did Mathilde Bonaparte, who would have been stunned if her literary friends were in such a state of mind as the quiet and graceful princess. The pair of living treasure siblings looked at each other for a long time and smiled at the same time. In short, you must get engaged as soon as possible. Mathilde Bonaparte put away her smile at Jerome Bonaparte and said to Jerome Bonaparte with a serious face, "You are not for yourself, talk about it, but also consider it for them and the Bonaparte family." Mathilde Bonaparte pointed to Walewski, and de Mornay continued, "The ruler of a country, if he has no children, if so, how should the outside world see it? How can those who are loyal to us believe in a ruler who has no heirs?" Mathilde Bonaparte's words were a bit harsh, but they did tell the truth. Since the establishment of the dictatorship by Jerome Bonaparte, everyone knew that the establishment of an empire was close at hand. Therefore, many people hope that Jerome Bonaparte can marry a princess and add to the empire. Of course, if it is the princess of the Habsburg family, it is not necessary. In the eyes of Parisians, the princess of the Habsburg family is the source of all evil. Louis XVI Emperor Napoleon. Which one was not planted on the head of the Habsburg princess? P.S. The old traditions of Paris and the people of the world put all the scourge on women. I see. Jerome Bonaparte nodded in understanding. It's best to solve this matter as soon as possible. You're not the child you used to be, so I won't bother you. Mathilde Bonaparte once again warned Jerome Bonaparte, then turned around leave. Mathilde Bonaparte left the study, and Jerome Bonaparte set his sights on de Mornay and Walewski. "I'm going to send Princess Mathilde." De Mornay, who was in bad shape, smeared oil on the soles of his feet and left. Only Walewski and Jerome Bonaparte were left in the study. "Your Majesty, I think." Walewski hoped that Jerome Bonaparte could settle a marriage as soon as possible and strive to give birth to a qualified heir for the future empire, but he, like Morn, did not want to be contaminated with Jerome. The marriage of Tim Bonaparte. The marriage of a monarch is a pit, especially a usurper monarch like Jerome Bonaparte. Walewski knew that once he agreed to this request, he was probably waiting for endless torture. If that's the case, that's all. Above all, if the wife he chose for Jerome Bonaparte was not loved by the monarch, then Walewski had to bear the monarch's complaints. Alexander Walewski couldn't help but complain about the unreliable Prince Montfort. It should have been Prince Montfort's decision to choose a suitable wife for Jerome Bonaparte, but now it has to be pushed to them. How could Alexander Walewski know that if Mathilde Bonaparte hadn't been in the crowd, Prince Montfort would have considered choosing a suitable candidate for Jerome Bonaparte? In view of the tangled dark history of Prince Montfort, Mathilde Bonaparte spoke directly about the deprivation of Prince Montfort's rights. The current Prince of Montfort has nothing but the title of Marshal, acting as the mascot of the second house, receiving a certain allowance every month, and the allowance given to him by Jerome Bonaparte's right. In order to maintain the reputation of the Bonaparte family, Mathilde Bonaparte strictly monitored Prince Montfort. With Mathilde Bonaparte, the unselfish acting patriarch of Bonaparte, the entire Bonaparte family did not do anything out of the ordinary. In private, some members of Bonaparte complained about Mathilde Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte didn't know what Walewski was thinking, and he knew that he was a little sorry for Walewski. And Jerome Bonaparte cleared his throat and said, "Cough, cough. Cousin, I will trouble you to take more care of this matter." There was a bit of bitterness on the corner of Walewski's mouth, and he responded dryly, "Yes." In this way, Walewski accepted the task that Jerome Bonaparte forcibly gave him to find a suitable princess. By the way, you can go to Minister de Roos to discuss it. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can always give unexpected results. Jerome Bonaparte reminded Walewski. For the next half-month, Walewski traveled back and forth between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Tuileries Palace. News of Jerome Bonaparte's ruling choosing a suitable princess and marrying her spread like wildfire in Paris. The citizens of Paris are actively discussing what kind of wife Jerome Bonaparte is about to marry. Seeing that the popularity is getting higher and higher, Jerome Bonaparte has begun to shape his own people-friendly character. This method was used as early as the time of Louis Philippe, who fashioned himself as the guardian of the middle class to gain the support of the National Guard. Even though Louis Philippe has tried his best to put down his heirs, his innate noble blood has always prevented him from really putting down his heirs. Reading www.ucanshu.com. Compared to Louis Philippe, Jerome Bonaparte obviously did not have these burdens. In order to create a more people-friendly character than Louis Philippe, he even called some reporters to the Tuileries Palace to give them jokes, and some pornographic jokes of later generations. Early the next morning, the major newspapers in Paris published reports on the marriage of Jerome Bonaparte. many of which contained some vulgar language. Although these languages were criticized by some vindicators, they undoubtedly brought the distance between Jerome Bonaparte and the citizens of Paris after that. Jerome Bonaparte's news and tidbits grew. Eugenie and the Marquis d'Alais became the first victims, for which Jerome Bonaparte comforted Eugenie a lot. In addition to the tidbits, there are more and more stories such as the president shooting a bear and a rabbit. For this reason, Jerome Bonaparte even got titles such as Animal Killer and Playboy. It also invisibly increased the public's love for him. People want to see who I am and what I am. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 317. Walewski was ordered in danger, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 317. Strasbourg Military Reform Problem. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. In the eyes of a new generation of Parisians, Jerome Bonaparte is no longer a person, but a symbol that represents France's former glory. Now Jerome Bonaparte seems to hang his own destiny with that of France. He is trying to prove to the people of Paris that, as long as the empire reappears on France, it is the will of all the French people. In order to let the citizens of Paris understand the will of the provinces, Jerome Bonaparte, while showing an approachable attitude to the people of Paris, went to the French provinces to seek support. At the beginning of October, Jerome Bonaparte set off for a cruise in the eastern provinces of France, passing Nancy and other strategic points all the way to the military platform of Strasbourg. An unexpected scene took place on the military platform of Strasbourg. When the train of Jerome Bonaparte had just stopped at the military platform of Strasbourg, a team in the distance was wearing the hussars in First Empire clothing approached the military platform and plucked their horses at great speed to the train. The situation in front of him exceeded all expectations in the carriage, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The infantry in the carriage, who was responsible for protecting Jerome Bonaparte, almost thought it was a mutiny. Just as they were about to pull the trigger at the Imperial Hussars outside the train, Jerome Bonaparte stopped them. He calmly arranged Lev's dress, put on a Napoleon cocked hat and said, "I believe that the soldiers of the Empire will never point their guns at their emperor." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte disregarded Morn's objection and got out of the car alone and rebuked the hussars in front of him loudly. "What are you doing? You are going to kill your emperor." The hussars looked serious and appeared panic. The leader of a student-like leader looked more like him, quickly waved his hand and ordered all the hussars to dismount, and then came alone in front of Jerome Bonaparte, saluted and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I'm a student of the cavalry department of the Strasbourg Military Academy, and I'm here to greet you on the order of Commander Igno." Hearing the answer from the student in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the coup was not just an impromptu performance. He patted his shoulder and said, "You should tell me as soon as possible." Afterwards, he pointed to the soldiers in the compartment behind him and said, "See if you don't, you almost became their ghosts." Only then did the cavalry students discover that the soldiers who emerged from the carriage of Jerome Bonaparte were all armed with the latest Magnet rifles. There is nothing else that can be used as a counterattack other than the command knife. The hussar swallowed subconsciously, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and he almost passed by the asterisk of death. At this moment, the voice of Riegno, commander of Strasbourg, came from behind the hussars. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The group of student soldiers separated from both sides, and Commander Igneo, his deputy commander, and the chief of staff appeared together. The expressions of the three were a little flustered. Jerome Bonaparte's early arrival was obviously beyond their expectations. They thought they would arrive at 10 o'clock in the morning, but who would have thought to arrive early at 9:47? I wanted to surprise the government, but now it seems that it is fortunate not to be a shock. Your Excellency, I'm really sorry. We really didn't think of you," Commander Renault said in a low voice to Jerome Bonaparte, but was interrupted by Jerome Bonaparte. "Don't talk about it." Rionio was silent, and he felt uneasy and regretful in his heart. Why did he bother to listen to these two guys in the first place? Now the self-defeating surprise has turned into a fright, and the ruling lord may have to punish him severely. Standing in the same place, Jerome Bonaparte looked up and down Commander Renault. In his mind, the last time he came to Strasbourg, Commander Renault did not seem to be as old as he is now. Strasbourg's troops and depots were a real waste of human energy. Point by the way, since the establishment of the Legislative Corps and the establishment of the system of military stations and conscription, the 1st Legion of the Seine and Strasbourg have become the first places to be reorganized. For this reason, Jerome Bonaparte wrote many letters to urge Renault to supervise the reorganization. Looking at Renault's grey temples and folded crow's feet, Jerome Bonaparte sighed and patted Renault's face. The shoulder said solemnly, "It's hard work." "Ah. This is what I should do," Commander Rionio responded hurriedly, and he was also relieved. Judging from the current situation, the government does not want to punish him for this. After appeasing Commander Rionio, Jerome Bonaparte turned to look at the group of hussars who were welcoming him. From their faces, Jerome Bonaparte saw the vigor, and he said impassively in French, "You are an excellent army. From you, I see the future of France." Jerome Bonaparte's speech made these uneasy military academy students finally put the letter in their stomachs. It seems that the ruling lord does not intend to pursue their problems. After Jerome Bonaparte finished his speech, there was a shout from the hussars, "Long live the Empire! Long live Napoleon!" Jerome Bonaparte waved to this group of Germans. France. In Jerome Bonaparte's eyes, they are undoubtedly the most loyal to France. After the crisis was over, Jerome Bonaparte, under the leadership of Commander Renault, got into the carriage that had already been prepared and was going to the hotel that Renault had prepared for him. When the carriage was halfway through, Jerome Bonaparte turned and wanted to meet at the Military Academy of Strasbourg. General Renault, who wanted to wait until he found a chance to take Jerome Bonaparte to the Military Academy of Strasbourg, heard that Jerome Bonaparte wanted to go to the University of Strasbourg, and immediately obeyed Jerome Bonaparte's order and lead Jerome Bonaparte to visit the Strasbourg Military Academy. When the carriage went to the Military Academy of Strasbourg, Jerome Bonaparte warmly received the leader of the hussars just now and listened to him tell about the history of the Military Academy of Strasbourg and the scale of the school. The carriage slowly arrived at the gate of the Strasbourg Military Academy, and the dean and the provost who received the news quickly organized manpower to welcome them. Under the leadership of the principal and others, Jerome Bonaparte visited the academies of the cavalry, infantry, artillery and civil engineering departments and shook hands with them. On the occasion of parting, Jerome Bonaparte waved goodbye to them. After leaving the Strasbourg Military Academy, Jerome Bonaparte checked into a luxury hotel under the arrangement of Commander Rain. Jerome Bonaparte, who was tired all the way, still did not choose to rest, but called Rionio to ask about the military reform in Strasbourg. "Your Majesty, Major General Niels' military reform is good or not, but there is a problem." Commander Rionio euphemistically expressed his opinion. "What's the problem?" Jerome Bonaparte asked. He believed that Commander Renault was definitely not talking nonsense. "That's right. According to Niels' military reform plan, each military station needs 30 to 40 military officers responsible for overall planning. There are only 2 military academies in Strasbourg, and we simply can't draw enough. Moreover, he does not look down on the low-level officers in our army, thinking that they are the scum in the army. Commander Renault told Jerome Bonaparte about his own grief. Difficulty. Niels' military reforms required layoffs of a large number of military commanders who were over age, and a large-scale overhaul of the military station. The most important thing is that there are only 2 military academies in Strasbourg, and even if they do their best, it is impossible to produce enough military management talents in the production department. This is indeed a problem. Jerome Bonaparte pressed his temple lightly. After visiting Strasbourg, Jerome Bonaparte also found that Strasbourg's military talent reserve was insufficient. The problem, unlike Paris, Strasbourg has prestigious military academies such as the Saint-Cyr Military Academy and the Paris Polytechnic, and the military commanders produced every year will certainly not be able to meet the demand. Most of the officers who passed through actual combat from Algeria were illiterate. If they were to charge into battle, they would become more brave one by one. It would take a lot of effort to let them calm down and really study the tactics. Of course, this is not just the problem of the French family. This problem exists in all countries except Prussia. Their problem is much more serious than that of France. Jerome Bonaparte pondered for a moment. Riyadh1.com gritted his teeth and said, the barracks must be built. Order the garrison to learn to read maps and write letters for every low-level officer in Strasbourg. The army set up literacy classes and assault classes to let those guys learn asterisk. What if they don't want to? Commander Ienio didn't think those asterisk would calm down and study. Let's take me to study too. Anyone who is unwilling to study in depth will be revoked from the military and leave the army. Jerome Bonaparte decided to use the same method as 100 years later. Since the soft is not enough, then go straight to the hard. Mandatory classes can learn about it. Yes. Commander Ienio nodded to show his understanding. Jerome Bonaparte got up and paced back and forth for 2 laps and then said, only 2 military academies in Strasbourg are definitely not enough. At least 5 more. No. 2 higher military academies. Colleges and 4 medium-sized colleges. For those who are willing to come to the military, we should encourage tuition fees. But, the local finances of Strasbourg. Commander Renaud politely reached out for money. When I go back, I will immediately order the Ministry of Finance to allocate funds. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorite below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 318 Strasbourg Military Reform Problem, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Urban Hygiene and Cholera. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. On the first day of his short trip to Strasbourg, Jérôme Bonaparte lost more than 20 million francs. Although this money was used to train qualified military commanders, Jérôme Bonaparte lost more than 20 million francs. Bonaparte always had an inexplicable feeling, as if all this had been arranged in advance by Riegno. That night, Jérôme Bonaparte wrote a letter to the Ministry of War, requesting that the financial department under the Ministry of War allocate funds to the Strasbourg area, and by the way, dispatch a group of mathematicians from Paris to the Strasbourg area. Whether it is artillery or civil engineering, it is necessary to deal with mathematics, and the local mathematicians in Strasbourg are more than 1 grade behind Paris, where the students are strong, and the university professors in Strasbourg were originally. He was almost turned bald by 2 military academies. If the newly established military academies also invite professors from the Strasbourg Polytechnic University for part-time jobs, unless the Strasbourg Polytechnic University is dissolved on the spot and all the professors are merged into the newly established military colleges, the satisfaction condition. Jérôme Bonaparte also understood that his letter would definitely arouse the opposition of some military bureaucrats in the Ministry of War, most likely the generals who supported Jérôme Bonaparte before. For the military commanders of the old school, any reform is a conflict with the old system, and it will naturally arouse their opposition. The sadness of reform is no more than this at the moment. Jérôme Bonaparte can only hold on to his prestige at the peak, and continue to reform. As long as the military reform can bear fruit, then Jérôme Bonaparte will be able to gain a reputation like his uncle, Napoleon's reputation. With the envelope folded, Jérôme Bonaparte handed the letter to Morne, and ordered him to go immediately to the telegraph office in Strasbourg to transmit the telegram to the War Department at that time. Morny, who took the letter, left the hotel in the dark to head to the telegraph office, and there was only Jerome Bonaparte left in the room. Leaning alone by the window, Jerome Bonaparte looked at the sly moon in the sky, and a feeling of incompatibility with the world rose in his heart. Jerome Bonaparte, who was in the torrent of history, knew that every step he took was writing a new history, but he was far from knowing whether he would be able to break through the thorns in this new history and make a day for France. Let it be. Jerome Bonaparte muttered to himself with blurry eyes, then turned and left the window. Lying on the bed with his hands as pillows, Morny, who sent the letter to Paris by telegram, returned to the hotel to report to Jerome Bonaparte, but saw that Jerome Bonaparte was already asleep. He shook his head and tiptoed out of the room. Early the next morning, noises came from Jerome Bonaparte's room. Jerome Bonaparte, who had sneezed, was sneezing and snorting. The temperature difference between day and night in Strasbourg and the fact that the windows were not closed last night caused Jerome Bonaparte to catch a cold smoothly. Fortunately, 1851 was not the outbreak of the cholera virus, otherwise Jerome Bonaparte would have considered taking willow sap to see if he could survive it. For this reason, Jerome Bonaparte also felt that his nose was a little blocked. He urgently called Morny and told Morny to find a doctor to come and treat him. Morn took a carriage to a private clinic in Strasbourg to invite a doctor for Jerome Bonaparte. After the doctor saw Jerome Bonaparte's condition, he immediately took out his own bag with him medicine box, filled with potions. Seeing the health-colored viscous potion prepared by the doctor's audience, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but want to vomit. Morny also asked uncertainly, "Is your potion really okay?" "Don't worry." After a lot of experiments, the doctor responded confidently. Looking at the doctor who made the promise, Jerome Bonaparte drank through gritted teeth. The moment the potion entered his throat, Jerome Bonaparte felt an indescribable bitterness, just as bitter gourd juice was poured into the end. "Water, water," Jerome Bonaparte responded in a hoarse voice. The doctor took out a small medicine bottle and poured a glass of colorless and transparent liquid for Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the doctor in front of him. "Unidentified liquid. What's wrong? You are afraid of poison?" the doctor asked. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head, and Morny, who was standing beside him, explained to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Excellency in power does not like drinking uncooked water." In the 19th century, when pathological knowledge was not fully popularized, let alone ordinary people, even very few monarchs were willing to drink boiled water, except for coffee and the like. Most monarchs drink alcohol. Jerome Bonaparte's behavior is somewhat out of place compared to most monarchs. The doctor looked at Jerome Bonaparte in surprise, and he smiled with interest. "Your Excellency, do you also think that Vibrio cholerae exists?" "Water." Jerome Bonaparte retched twice and did not respond to the doctor. The doctor handed the water to Jerome Bonaparte and said intimately, "I have boiled the water, and I have also boiled the bottle at high temperature." This time, it was Jerome Bonaparte's turn to be surprised. He took the distilled water from the doctor's bottle and drank it, finally feeling much better in his throat. "Vibrio. Cholera." Jerome Bonaparte, who had recovered his vocal cords, looked at the doctor and asked again, "Your Excellency, don't you know about the debate at the Health Assembly some time ago?" The doctor also showed a surprised look. Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to Morny, who explained to Jerome Bonaparte. It turned out that, in order to deal with the impact of cholera some time ago, a semi-official international health conference was held in Paris led by Britain. "You were dealing with other things at the time, and we shouldn't bother you with things like this," Morny said to Jerome Bonaparte. Since the time of the International Health Assembly was in mid-August, when Jerome Bonaparte was dealing with the army, in addition to major matters, other trivial matters were handed over to various departments to handle. Something of a semi-official nature like the International Symposium on Hygiene would not bother Jerome Bonaparte. Hearing Morny's explanation, Jerome Bonaparte finally understood what was going on. He looked at the doctor and said, "Are you also at the conference?" The doctor nodded and couldn't help but sigh. "That conference really benefited me a lot. Can you tell me?" Jerome Bonaparte became a little interested. Rionio hasn't arrived yet, and it's interesting to hear what the doctor has seen. Just to pass the time point, the doctor told him about two views on cholera, put forward at the International Health Symposium. One was the Vibrio cholerae kicked out by Florence's Anatomy, and the other was the meiosis theory, that was quite popular in the UK. So, you support Vibrio cholera? Jerome Bonaparte responded to the doctor. The doctor nodded and said, I have dissected the corpses of cholera patients, and found this kind of thing under the microscope. Jerome Bonaparte gave the doctor a thumbs up. No matter what era there is a group of obscure ruthless men, they lead the progress of the entire era. Jerome Bonaparte also believed that any technology or development is not accidental. He is the truth obtained by thousands of experiments, and also not only one person has discovered this truth. Some people are destined to remain anonymous for various reasons. I also support Vibrio cholerae. Jerome Bonaparte also said to the doctor, Your Excellency, since you support Vibrio cholerae, why didn't you act? The doctor asked Jerome Bonaparte. Bold. Molny immediately reprimanded the doctor. The doctor said in his own way, I have seen many people who have died because of untreated cholera, and it is because of the inaction of the monarch that the predicament they face is caused. Sir, we are already actively developing a vaccine for the cholera virus. Jerome Bonaparte responded in a flat tone, it won't take long before we can succeed. No, these are not enough. The doctor shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, what do you think the government should do is better? Jerome Bonaparte asked the doctor again, I think cholera must not only be cured, but also prevented. We must not only prevent cholera disease, but also prevent other diseases. The doctor explained to Jerome Bonaparte in a straightforward manner, the construction of our medical system when dealing with sudden decease. Riyadh1.com. The speed is abnormally slow. In the final analysis, it is the reason why we have too few hospitals and too few qualified doctors. Monsieur France is already actively dealing with this matter. Jerome Bonaparte could only speak to the doctor in an official manner. Charity hospitals in the 19th century were victorious as long as they could save lives. Not enough. The doctor shook his head and said sincerely, France should build more community hospitals and provide them with enough nursing staff. Don't underestimate nursing. I have seen many people who have not received proper follow-up care. Nursing is once again dying. The doctor spoke to Jerome Bonaparte one by one, and Jerome Bonaparte listened carefully to the doctor's speech. While many of the problems are just the wishes of doctors, for example, hospitals should give forgiveness to those who cannot afford the disease, build more national hospitals, some are useful, for example, establishment of nursing hospitals, isolation of patients, and public drinking water from the tap. Thank you very much for your advice. I will seriously consider all of NI's suggestions, and then carefully plan the future construction of the French health system. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt download address, https, Make France Great Again mobile read, https, / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 319 Urban Sanitation and Cholera, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 319 Empire is Republic. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Seeing Jerome Bonaparte's solemn face assuring him that the French public health system would definitely be improved, the doctor temporarily believed in his heart, and his eyes gradually changed from stern to soft. Your Excellency, your illness is not a serious one, and you can fully recover with 2 more doses. Having said that, the doctor took out 2 bottles of green viscous medicine from his medicine box again. Looking at the 2 bottles of viscous medicine in the audience of the doctor, Jerome Bonaparte showed a look of resistance on his face. The bitter water in his abdomen was tumbling back and forth, as if he had received a specific signal, which was extremely uncomfortable. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte, who calmed down the overturning the river in the sea, pointed to the potion and asked, "Are these 2 potions still consumed as before?" The doctor shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "This is not necessary." If you find the taste of the medicine unbearable, you can add water to dilute the medicine. What? Jerome Bonaparte looked at the doctor in surprise. At this moment he couldn't believe his ears. You just said that the medicine can be mixed with water to drink. That's right. The doctor nodded and replied, if you can't add water, then no one wants to try this bitter and astringent thing. After speaking, the corner of the doctor's mouth showed a shallow smile. Jerome Bonaparte can be sure that the bottle of potion just now was definitely because he deliberately didn't remind himself. Speaking of which, just now Jerome Bonaparte said with a hint of sullen anger, Your Excellency, I'm really sorry. The doctor resolutely apologized to Jerome Bonaparte and then replied calmly, if you really cure my sin, then I have nothing to say. The doctor's attitude of admitting his mistake made it difficult for Jerome Bonaparte to continue to hold him accountable. He, referring to Jerome Bonaparte, could only respond with a shy smile. This is not an example. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Morny to pay the medical bills and sent the doctor away in the face of Morny's astronomical medical fee of 2,000 francs. The doctor did not accept it and told Jerome Bonaparte that the reason why he chose to help Jerome Bonaparte in the treatment was just to ask him some hygiene advice, as long as Jerome Bonaparte accepts his advice. Seeing that the doctor refused to accept the medical fee, Jerome Bonaparte did not dare to force it, so he ordered Morny to send the doctor back. After Morny left, Jerome Bonaparte began to think about the department's proposal that the doctor said. After considering it for a long time, Jerome Bonaparte decided to try to establish a nursing hospital. After returning to Paris, as the doctor just said, a good nurse can effectively reduce the mortality rate of patients. In order to prevent him from forgetting his new complicated and trivial matters, Jerome Bonaparte once again took out the slightly yellowed letter paper, took out a quill dipped in ink, and wrote down all his plans. This time, he still had to use Paris as a test field for the experiment. If the construction of the public health system is maintained well, it is not a bad idea to extend it to France. When thinking of hygiene, Jerome Bonaparte also thought of the dirty and chaotic environment of Saint Denis and Montmartre. He understood that, in order to solve the problem at the root, he must carry out a large-scale transformation of Paris, so that the Paris becomes a modern city, and only one person can do such a project. The plan of reforming Paris was also written on the letterhead by Jerome Bonaparte to prevent him from forgetting. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was checking for leaks, the sound of Martin boots stepping on the wooden stairs reached his ears, and Jerome Bonaparte looked up at the open door. A few seconds later, the Strasbourg commanderie-en-ordre appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte, followed by the deputy commander and the front chief of staff. Your Majesty, Commander-en-ordre said loudly, after entering the room and straightening his body to salute Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte stood up without saying a word and returned the salute to Commander-en-ordre. Even as the supreme commander of the army, the etiquette between the troops was unavoidable. Only in this way can we truly be consistent. After the two sides exchanged politeness, Commander Igno told Jerome Bonaparte that the mayor of Strasbourg, the mayor of the eastern region, senior officials of Lower Rhineland and celebrities from Strasbourg were already there. The city hall is waiting for the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte and asks Jerome Bonaparte to accompany them to Strasbourg. P.S. Strasbourg is not only the capital of the eastern region, but also the capital of the Lower Rhineland province, and is also the forefront of the French war against Germany. Jerome Bonaparte nodded at Commander Renault and followed Renault and the others out of the hotel. Before leaving, Jerome Bonaparte asked the guards in charge of guarding the hotel to tell Morny, who was returning, that he was going to the city hall. After leaving the hotel, Jerome Bonaparte rode with Commander Renault to the city hall. The hussars in imperial uniforms were still in charge of protecting Jerome Bonaparte. From the hotel to the town hall, along the way, Jerome Bonaparte was warmly welcomed by the residents of Strasbourg. The people of Strasbourg welcomed Jerome Bonaparte with warm German. Jerome Bonaparte smiled at these pure French people. In his opinion, as long as he recognizes himself as a French person and abides by the French constitution, he is a veritable French person. French heart. What's more, the actions of Alsace-Lorraine in history have been perfectly explained. They are truly French. Any ambitions who attempt to divide Alsace-Lorraine by language will inevitably be resisted by people. In the cheers of the people, Jerome Bonaparte once again came to the door of the city hall. The mayor of the Eastern region, senior officials and the mayor of Strasbourg greeted Jerome Bonaparte together. Jerome Bonaparte dismounted and shook hands with them one by one, then dismounted and looked at the crowd in the city hall and gave an impromptu speech. The people of Strasbourg, thank you for your firm vote for me in December last year. It is because of you that I can save France from the chaos that is on the verge of collapse. It is you who saved France. After the first paragraph, Jerome Bonaparte bowed politely to the Strasbourg crowd. The slogan "Long live the Emperor" erupted from the crowd. After the slogan ended, Jerome Bonaparte continued, "We all know that the Republican system of 1851 was once on the verge of its demise, and the parties in Parliament could not feel the pain of the demise of the system, but placed their hope in the still floating wreckage raised its flag. Now, the Second Republic has been destroyed, and the Third Republic has been established. Many parties believe that I'm about to abandon the Republic, and here I will be the solemn plaintiff that I will never abandon the spirit of the Republic." Jerome Bonaparte cleverly used the Republican spirit to cover up his imperial desires. The mayor of the Eastern region, high-ranking officials, and the mayor showed some doubts on their faces when they heard that Jerome Bonaparte would not abandon the Republic. Could it be that their flattery really hit the horse's leg? Jerome's next sentence dispelled all their doubts. So what is the Republican spirit? In my opinion, it is the implementation of the system of universal suffrage. As long as the universal suffrage system still exists, then the Republican spirit will never disappear. And the empire is also good. The Republic is also good. It's just a different name. Does it mean that the empire must be able to represent war? Does a republic necessarily represent peace? Jerome Bonaparte raised a question. The city hall was silent. He shook his head and said to himself, "No, not so. In my opinion, empire does not mean war. On the contrary, he means peace. Peace under a moderate system. The revolutionary fanaticism has dissipated. We should cherish peace even more. An empire is peace. But I also admit that, like the emperor, I have a lot of conquest to do. Like him, I want to coordinate the interests of all parties and introduce all the hostile tributaries that destroy each other and are meaningless to anyone into the flood of people. For a large steel processing plant, we must also protect the interests of laborers and small and medium-sized entrepreneurs as much as possible. Government departments should support small and medium-sized enterprises. I believe that with our joint efforts, France will definitely go to a new path. The empire is the Republic." In the end, Jerome Bonaparte ended with "Empire is the Republic." After a brief silence in the city hall, there was more warm applause and cheers. The slogan of "Long live the Emperor" came one after another. Riyadh1.com. In the frenzy of slogans, Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and entered the city hall under the leadership of the city hall officials. "Your Majesty, your speech is really good." The head of the Eastern region flattered Jerome Bonaparte with a flattering expression. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and didn't speak. He understood the integrity of these bureaucrats too well. Don't look at him being admired by all the stars. Once he had any signs of losing power, these guys would not hesitate to abandon them. Under the leadership of the mayor of the region and others, Jerome Bonaparte met with celebrities from the Eastern region in the conference hall of the city hall. This group of mine owners, who were greatly benefited by the railways and steel mills, faced Jerome Bonaparte with great enthusiasm. Jerome Bonaparte also encouraged the mine owners and factory owners to serve France more, and it is implied that their government will appropriately give the Eastern region government tax policy in the next action, as long as they can actively buy the French government bonds that are about to be issued. The mine owners immediately patted their chests and assured Jerome Bonaparte that they would actively buy government bonds. Among the laughter, Jerome Bonaparte completed half of the trip to Strasbourg. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter. 320 Empire is the Republic, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 320, Senior Official Change. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The next thing is good. In addition to the routine in-depth exchanges with celebrities, there is only a review of the Strasbourg area army. On October 17, 1851, in a wilderness 30 kilometers outside of Strasbourg, the 40,000 troops stationed in the area near Strasbourg were assembled under the order of Commander Ignau Point after the PAU-Austrian small-scale war in December last year. Strasbourg, which originally gathered 130,000 people, continued to lay off staff, and the departments were scattered in battalions to every city and fortress in the Alsace-Lorraine region. 130,000 people became 60,000 in just 1 month. After that, the troops continued to separate, and soon there were only about 40,000 troops left near Strasbourg. These troops took on the important task of invading the German region. Commander Ignau and Jerome Bonaparte reviewed the troops on horseback. Every time they went to the army formation, the camp always shouted "Long live the Emperor." Jerome Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction and praised Commander Arnault himself, his deputy commander and the chief of staff. Jerome Bonaparte spent nearly an afternoon reviewing the 10,000 troops. Generally speaking, the entire troop is still at the forefront of the world's military. Some troops have also experienced military posture problems, but it is not a big problem. After all, not every troop is the ironclad troop of later generations, and a dynasty army's military history cannot be an opponent of an ideal army, even the harsh Prussian army. After the review, Jerome Bonaparte expressed to Renault that he would like to visit the depot. Commander Arnault said to Jerome Bonaparte with an embarrassed expression, "It's better not to, it's nothing." Jerome Bonaparte, who already knew about the military station, just wanted to observe closely what the French military station was like. Commander Reynolds only had to accompany Jerome Bonaparte to a military post. When Jerome Bonaparte entered the barracks, he suddenly found that he still seemed to underestimate the degree of decay of the barracks. It is not so much a place for soldiers to train. It is better to say that this is a gathering place for the elderly. Most of the people in charge of the garrison are veterans in their 50s, some of them lying on the bed, some leaning against the door. The situation at the depot of Jerome Bonaparte. If it wasn't for Jerome Bonaparte, who was proficient in the languages of the 3 kingdoms, 4 kingdoms, he could hardly understand the speeches of the veterans. When asked about the age and education background of the elderly officer showed his big yellow teeth and proudly claimed that he had never attended school at all. Learn a fart. The gloomy faces of the old officers almost made Jerome Bonaparte's efforts in nourishing his ki over the years almost broke. Jerome Bonaparte did not have the patience to persuade them to read more. In his opinion, this group of the best destination for veteran oil children is to retire. At that time, I will arrange a better job for them. After leaving the depot, Jerome Bonaparte immediately issued a death order to Ignau, strictly rectifying the discipline of the army, and at the same time ruthlessly grasping the reasons for the soldiers' culture. There is no need for a plenary meeting of the soldiers, only the most basic commands are required. For officers rising from the bottom, they also only need to master military terminology and then read the marching map. All officers above the school level, those who fail the cultural class, must be reworked. Commander Ignau assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would strictly abide by Jerome Bonaparte's orders, urging them to complete it as soon as possible. On October 17th, Jerome Bonaparte left Strasbourg by train. The regional mayor and celebrities went to the train station to see him off. Reluctant to leave, Jerome Bonaparte leaves Strasbourg for Lyon. On October 20th, the train finally arrived at Lyon, the most unfriendly place for him. After 3 days of transits and stops, the Italian front commander, Liu Egypt, personally met Jerome Bonaparte. This time the meeting was no longer as tense and exciting as the previous one. At the railway station in Lyon, Jerome Bonaparte shook hands with Lully Point, looking at the former minister who was dismissed by him and then transferred twice. The first time was the deputy commander of Strasbourg and the second time was the commander of the Italian front. Jerome Bonaparte said mildly, "Thanks for your hard work. It's not hard." Lully responded decisively. Jerome Bonaparte and Lully went to the Lion City government, where he once again delivered the speech "Empire is the Republic," but this time his promise was even more distant, widening the Marseille waterway and building a building with liners. The railway radiating from the center also supports the textile industry and shipbuilding industry in Lyon area, improves the treatment of laborers, and establishes perfect health protection for residents of the Lyon region. More jobs mean that employment problems can be solved. Sanitation means Lyon is not at risk of cholera. Although the citizens of Lyon are somewhat reluctant to believe that Jerome Bonaparte can fulfill all his promises, at least Jerome Bonaparte has already boasted, so they will support him for the time being. The most stubborn Lion also appeared with the slogan "Long live the Emperor." This made Jerome Bonaparte decide that his tour was undoubtedly the most correct choice. Support for the establishment of an empire is on the rise. On October 23rd, Jerome Bonaparte once again reviewed the Italian front, accompanied by the commander of the Italian front. Lully compared with the Strasbourg front, the Italian front's momentum was obviously much weaker. Don't worry, though. Jerome Bonaparte has plans for the Italian front to go to Crimea in the future. He believes that the army that has experienced the baptism of war will not be what it is now. On October 24th, Jerome Bonaparte took the train to the port of Marseille again, where he met with the mayor of the city and was warmly welcomed by the mayor of the port of Marseille and the people. After a short stay in the port of Marseille, Jerome Bonaparte set off from the port of Marseille on October 26th on a steam battleship, passing through the Strait of Gibraltar to Bordeaux. Jerome Bonaparte thinks that it is more convenient to travel by sea than by land. With the help of a steam engine, Jerome Bonaparte arrived in Bordeaux on the afternoon of the 27th. Jerome Bonaparte, who disembarked from the battleship, soon met the city hall officials who came to greet him at the port pier. "Your Excellency and Power, it is a great honor for you to spare no effort in the jet lag of Bordeaux. On behalf of all the citizens of Bordeaux, I welcome you." One of the officials took a step forward from the crowd, opened the gap with the officials behind him, and bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. Only then did Jerome Bonaparte notice that the government official in front of him was about 39 to 40 years old in terms of age. He was wearing a dark black German-style tuxedo with a stand-up collar, a rich round face, and a smooth face. The plump forehead made him look more like a senior butler. Although there are some slight boldness, it does not prevent the overall feeling of being simple and honest. That's right, he is George Horseman, a high-ranking official in the province of Bordeaux, and also the target of Jerome Bonaparte's trip. "Mr. Horseman, we finally meet." Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction and shook hands with George's Horseman with a smile. George Horseman excitedly looked at Jerome Bonaparte's trembling voice and said incomparably, "Your Excellency, it is a great honor for you to inspect. I have all your contributions to France in my heart." Jerome Bonaparte patted George Horseman on the shoulder and said earnestly, "The government colleagues who traveled with Ottoman all cast envious expressions to Ottoman. The fact that so many high-ranking officials of the Republic can be remembered by the ruling party means that the future career has been guaranteed." George Osman also believed that his diligence in recent years had finally been rewarded accordingly. As a high-level official ape, his future is no longer limited to his current position. "Let's go," said Jerome Bonaparte to George's Horseman. Under the leadership of George's Horseman, Jerome Bonaparte entered the urban area of Bordeaux. Looking at the wide and tidy streets and the trees planted in the middle of the road as dividing trees, Jerome Bonaparte was once again convinced that Horseman was incapable of governing Paris. A missing tool. After a ball with celebrities from the province of Bordeaux, Jerome Bonaparte had a private conversation with George's Horseman. "Mr. Horseman, I wonder if you are interested in serving as a senior official in the Seine." Jerome Bonaparte threw an olive branch to George's Horseman. The sudden surprise made George Horseman a little disbelieving what was happening in front of him. Paris, as the heart of the whole of France, can be said to be the top priority. Due to its special geographical location, it has not had a mayor for a long time. The Second Republic was briefly established, then abolished by Jerome Bonaparte, the senior official of the same department as the highest administrator of the whole of Paris, referring to the city Riyadh1.com. Its administrative level is only slightly lower than that of the cabinet ministers, as long as Horseman can make achievements during his tenure in the same. He will definitely become a minister in the future. George Horseman did not know at this time that Jerome Bonaparte would weld his position to death. Ministers are destined to have no key to him. I thank you for giving me this honor. George Horseman expressed his gratitude to Jerome Bonaparte with a trembling mouth in his heart. However, I'm going to tell you the ugly one. I didn't ask you to do nothing when I asked you to be a high-ranking official in the same department. Jerome Bonaparte said, you must make Paris the most splendid in Europe and even the whole world. A pearl. I will definitely work hard. George Horseman responded to Jerome Bonaparte. I'm not asking you to work hard. I ask you to do it. Jerome Bonaparte emphasized to George Horseman, the government can't give you too much money for renovations. It's all up to you to work hard. Of course, it won't interfere too much with your actions. As long as you think it's right, you can just let it go. I'll support you from behind. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter. 321 Senior Official Change, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 321, Paris Urban Transformation. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The government won't give you too much refurbishment funds. Everything depends on your own efforts. As soon as he said this, George Horseman immediately felt an invisible pressure on his shoulders. As we all know, the urban transformation of any place requires a lot of funds as the bottom line. The amount of government funding for urban transformation determines the speed of urban transformation. Point how to successfully complete the urban transformation of Paris without government funding is a test of the governance level of a high-ranking official. An unnatural look appeared on George's Horseman's face. Jerome Bonaparte looked at George's Horseman with a half smile and continued, don't worry. The government is not completely letting go, it's just that the city of Paris has been transformed. The required funds are too huge, and the government can only afford a small part. The bulk of it also requires private capital to operate. I made a rough calculation. If Paris wants to be fully transformed, the government needs to invest about 200 million francs every year. This amount is not calculated in 1 or 2 years, but in 10 years. Jerome Bonaparte once calculated that the total renovation would cost about 2 billion francs, which is still an ideal calculation without taking into account the corruption of the government. If all aspects are considered, the entire transformation of Paris will cost at least half the Franco-Prussian War. That is to say, 2.5 billion francs can be completed. This is equivalent to more than a year of national calculations for all of France. Although the period of this money can be extended to 10 or even 20 years, it is still a considerable expense. Today, military reform requires money. The establishment of military academies requires money. The revitalization of industry requires money. And the establishment of nursing schools also requires a lot of money. The government simply could not afford multi-line flowering. But Paris had to be renovated, which is why Jerome Bonaparte invited Georges Horseman to be the designer of urban renewal in Paris. Your Majesty, how much money can the government provide each year? George Horseman asked Jerome Bonaparte. I will persuade the Legislative Council to provide you with 60 million francs in the first year. After that, the Ministry of Finance will allocate 30 million francs to you every year. This is the greatest help I can give you. Now the central government is not easy in all aspects. They all need money. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and sighed. I don't know if Chimie is expensive. In order to allow the reform to proceed smoothly, Jerome Bonaparte has tried his best to save food and clothing within the effective range. Not to mention that he is now slightly less than his cousin, who was 12 million francs a year in history. Even 2 years ago, he was wrestling with the Legislative Assembly over the president's annual salary. Of course, it's not that Pessigny and the others didn't hint at letting Jerome Bonaparte raises their wages, because only when Jerome Bonaparte raised their wages could they be able to carry on the corruption with confidence and boldness. However, every time Jerome Bonaparte rejected the suggestions of Pessigny and others, and at the same time warned Pessigny and other Bonapartists to be a little more restrained. As a parasite in France, don't always think about hollowing out the existing industry instead of thinking about how to make it big. Point. As long as the French cakes are made bigger and bigger, the more they can get. Point. Jerome Bonaparte recalled what the Bonapartists had done and could not help but sigh again. Sometimes, careerists have more tenacious willpower than revolutionaries, but once they win, careerists degenerate much faster than revolution. 30 million francs? George Horseman, who was pondering for a moment, nodded in response to Jerome Bonaparte. Your Excellency, I will do my best to complete the transformation of Paris. If that's the case, go and find out about the handover. Come back to Paris with me at that time. Jerome Bonaparte said to George's Horseman. Yes, George Osman said with a smile on his face. In the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte and George Horseman, who will be a senior official of the same department, discussed the first phase of the transformation of the Paris area. George Horseman's connection work was also managed in an orderly manner on October 30th. With the arrival of the new Bordeaux senior officials, Jerome Bonaparte and George Horseman will also leave Bordeaux and return to Paris. At this moment, a message from the small town of Saint-Amand in the south of France disrupted all plans of Jerome Bonaparte. You mean that old fellow at Salt is dying? Jerome Bonaparte once again asked de Morny about the authenticity of the news. That's right. De Morny nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. According to our police report in the small town of Saint-Amand, Marshal Soult is now in critical condition. Since the coup d'état on December 2, 1850, all influential generals in France have been under the surveillance of Jerome Bonaparte, Marshal of the First Empire and Marshal of France. Soult is no exception. It's just that the police personnel sent by Jerome Bonaparte only secretly went to the small town of Saint-Amand where Soult lived to monitor, and did not disturb the dying General Marshal. An era is coming to an end, said Jerome Bonaparte in a flat tone. The era of imperial government that once gathered stars will end with the death of Soult and others, and the next stage will be a more cruel and era. Your Majesty, are we? Morn tentatively asked Jerome Bonaparte if he wanted to see Soult for the last time. Jerome Bonaparte got up and paced back and forth. After a while, he raised his head and responded to Morny. Go. Come with me to witness the end of an era. Yes. Morny responded immediately. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte called George Horseman over and told him that he was about to go to the small town of Saint-Amand, and he could go to Paris first to serve as a senior official in the same department. Although George's Horseman didn't know why Jerome Bonaparte went to Saint-Amand, the most southern part of France, few people know that Marshal Soult lived in seclusion there. He still nodded his head and expressed his willingness to listen to Jerome Bonaparte's order. On October 31st, Jerome Bonaparte and George's Horseman parted. One continued to head south to the border between France and Spain, and the other took a cargo ship to Calais at the port of Bordeaux, and then took a train to Paris on November 2nd. Jerome Bonaparte and de Morny, who rode in a black open-top carriage, arrived near the town of Saint-Amand after 2 days of travel under the asterisk of the army. In the carriage, Jerome Bonaparte looked at the towering and continuous Pyrenees mountains in the distance and the green fields nearby, and felt relaxed and happy. It seems that our Grand Marshal is quite an emotional person, Jerome Bonaparte said to Morny in a brisk tone. Yeah. Morny nodded sympathetically. After the carriage bumped all the way, it finally came to a hillside surrounded by greenery. The sides of the hillside were full of trees. Looking along the tree net, there was a castle at the top of the hillside, where Soult lived. The carriage climbed up the artificial path and soon came to the gate of the castle. After observing the castle up close, Jerome Bonaparte realized that it was a historic fortress. Although he did not know who the original owner of the castle was, judging from the bricks and stones of the castle, it was obvious that the castle had undergone the baptism of time, and every brick and stone had traces of time remaining. TSK. TSK TSK. Jerome Bonaparte once again sided the luxury of Marshal Salt. Marshal Salt must have made a lot of money. Then, Jerome Bonaparte got out of the car with Morny and knocked on the door. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from the door. The heavy door opened, and an old man in a servant uniform appeared with a little impatience on his face. The Grand Marshal doesn't want to meet guests today. Please tell Marshal Salt that Jerome Bonaparte is coming. Jerome Bonaparte responded to the servant with a kind attitude. Jerome Bonaparte? The servant, who heard the name of Jerome Bonaparte, immediately put away his impatient face. He hurriedly showed a flattering smile and said, "Please wait a moment, I will immediately pass." Having said that, the servants ran in. Jerome Bonaparte and Morny pushed open the door that could only accommodate half their bodies and entered the living room of the castle. In this living room, where Rococo style and imperial style are mixed, Jerome Bonaparte saw many Spanish style collections and armors. Marshal Salt made a fortune in Spain. Jerome Bonaparte again. After Jerome Bonaparte and Morny walked back and forth in the living room a few times. Riyadh1.com. The servant appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte and Morny again. "Your Excellency, the Marshal let me tell you. He can't get up now. If you really want to meet him, please follow me to the bedroom." The servant cautiously changed the name of the Marshal during the imperial period for Salt. Jerome Bonaparte pretended to be surprised and said, "I didn't expect that His Excellency the Duke is so sick." "Yes." Thinking of this, the servant burst into tears and said, "The doctor said that the Marshal might have the..." Servant swallowed the rest of the words and secretly blamed himself for being imprecise. Alas, if the Marshal is really unfortunate, it will be a loss for the whole of France. Jerome Bonaparte, who said this, did not waver in his heart and even wanted to laugh. "Please, come with me." Under the leadership of the servant, Jerome Bonaparte walked up the stairs and quickly came to the door of Salt's bedroom. "The Marshal is inside." The servant made a gesture of invitation. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and pushed open Salt's bedroom door. When he opened the door, Jerome Bonaparte saw "Make France Great Again" latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https // For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 322 Paris Urban Renovation, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 322 The End of an Era. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. When Jerome Bonaparte opened the door of Salt's bedroom, he saw Marshal Salt swaying on the reclining chair. Is this really Salt? Looking at Salt in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte's mind couldn't help but come up with the portrait of Salt in his memory. No matter how he compared it, he couldn't compare the strong man in the portrait with the old man lying on the rocking chair now. Guys, get in touch. At this time, Marshal Salt lay quietly on the rocking chair, motionless, as if he was asleep. In Jerome Bonaparte's eyes, Salt was like a candle that was about to burn out, and he could be blown out with just a little trouble. Grand Marshal. Upon seeing this, the servant standing by the side quickly ran to Salt and called Salt softly. Salt slowly opened his eyes. The eyes that used to be full of ambition and aggression are now only mirren. "Oh, it's you." Marshal Salt slowly looked at Jerome Bonaparte, a reluctant smile on his pale face, and he stretched out his hand to invite Jerome Bonaparte to sit next. "What a rare visitor." "Excuse me," Jerome Bonaparte said to Salt with a hypocritical smile. "It's really a blessing for the French nation to see you still in good health." "Healthy?" Salt still kept a smile. "Please don't comfort me. My rotten body, I'm afraid it will end in a few days. At that time, I'm afraid I will go to heaven to see the merciful Lord." Salt paused and showed a wry smile at the corners of his mouth, and replied to himself, "Maybe it will go to hell. Please take care of your health." Jerome Bonaparte still hypocritically persuaded Salt to take care of his health. I know my body better than you. Salt euphemistically pierced Jerome Bonaparte's hypocrisy. The world is moving forward, and you will create it in the future. I'm just a remnant of an old era. Just live in this new era. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Marshal Sert silently, and did not speak. Salt continued, I feel very honored to have you come to see me. You must be ready to build a whole new empire. Oh, the empire. How nostalgic. I feel like I have gone through another cycle. Same. Thank you very much for the help you gave me back then. These words came from the heart of Jerome Bonaparte. Without the help of Marshal Salt, Jerome Bonaparte would not have been around at all. It is impossible to gather a larger Bonaparte military group than in history. Of course, now Jerome Bonaparte began to work on weakening the existing Bonaparte military groups, and started to cultivate new ones to replace them. After all, these generals who came to Jerome Bonaparte through Salt's relationship only moved closer to them, because of their interests. Zan is so kind of support, and it is impossible to direct them like an arm. It's all your own efforts. Sert replied softly, to be honest, your coup also surprised me, huh? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Salt suspiciously. I thought that you would not activate until the end of your tenure. I didn't expect that you would move so quickly. Salt praised Jerome Bonaparte. It was a perfect blow, a blow. They sent those guys from the Legislative Assembly in. After speaking, Salt let out a hearty laugh. It can be seen that Sert is still full of malice towards the Legislative Assembly. Even if he was about to die, he was unwilling to forgive the Legislative Assembly. I just caught the loophole of their inconsistency. Jerome Bonaparte responded modestly, the ability to seize the enemy's weakness and then give a fatal blow at the most critical moment is an excellent politician. I'm old. Otherwise I'd be honored to see an emperor rise. You are overrated. A confident smile appeared on the face of Jerome Bonaparte, who was humble on his lips alike. In a trance, Marshal Salt seemed to see the shadow of the original emperor. They were equally confident, and they all believed that they could transcend the world. Although later emperors failed, he was more successful than everyone else. You will become a real leader. Salt could not help but once again to Jerome Bonaparte. Leader? Jerome Bonaparte thought for a moment, then replied indifferently, rather than becoming a leader, I hope France can return to the position that belongs to him. Aren't you afraid that the whole of Europe will form an anti-French alliance once again? The emperor defeated them 6 times, but he couldn't completely defeat them. In the end, they united to bring down the emperor. Sert seemed to mention it intentionally. An alliance against France? Jerome Bonaparte sighed and replied softly, if the emperor could have followed Talleyrand's advice and stopped the attack, if the emperor could have stopped talking about my father and uncle's 110 division, perhaps France is also facing the dilemma it is facing now. Times are changing. When the monarchy is hit by external forces, the friendship of the monarchs will give way to geopolitics. The once huge monarchy is bound to fall apart, and I only need to win over a part of it. In fact, only relying on France's own strength has been unable to establish an absolute dominance in Europe. We must unite some countries to maintain the rule together. Marshal Sert, have you noticed? All of us have been subconsciously avoiding one thing. What's the matter? Salt looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. France is gradually weakening. Jerome Bonaparte's tone was calm and unquestionable. A great man can lead France to rise, but a medicine person will only make it decline. Salt's tone revealed a touch of disdain. He obviously misunderstood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said, whether France is weak or not really depends on the means of those in power, and what is more important is the potential of the country itself. Whether it is the Kingdom of Prussia or the United States of America, they all have the potential to surpass France. Especially, it's the Kingdom of Prussia. Just give them enough time, and they'll put France under their feet. The Kingdom of Prussia? Just by them? A country that was almost destroyed. Sert responded with a proud attitude. German nationalism is integrating Germany into a whole. Jerome Bonaparte sighed. If it wasn't for his uncle's elimination of feudal obligations, big and small German nationalism would not have swept the whole of Germany so quickly. Nearly more than 30 million Germans, plus the developed waterway transportation network and coal and iron environment in the Rhineland, plus Prussia's unique reserve system. They will be France's strongest opponent. Jerome Bonner one by one. But told Soult about the telegraph, the railroad, the advantages of mobilization between France and Germany, industrial strength, and population. As the best chief of staff ever, Soult instantly understood the cooperation between the railway and the telegraph, and the marching speed of the army would far surpass that of their time. He also understood that Jerome Bonaparte said that the French would possibility to be surpassed point in the final analysis. France relies on his institutional advantages and manpower. If these two conditions are exceeded, France is really in danger. 40 years. It's only been 40 years. Surt's eyes were a little complicated, and he couldn't help but sigh. The most important thing is that the times are still moving forward. If we don't move forward, then we will be abandoned by the times. Jerome Bonaparte also sighed with emotion. Is that what you're asking for, a form? Surt asked softly. You know? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Marshal Soult in surprise. Some of my former subordinates wrote to me some time ago. Marshal Soult admitted frankly, they must have said a lot of bad things about me. Jerome Bonaparte showed a disdainful smile. Those soldiers are still indulging in the war decades ago, but they have not made any progress in the development of the times. Too much. Their memory will only rust their thinking. Marshal Soult smiled and nodded in agreement. You are right. Jerome Bonaparte left after a long chat with Soult. After Jerome Bonaparte left, Soult called his servants and asked him to find paper and a pen. In the dictation of Marshal Soult, the servant wrote a letter. The content of the letter is to persuade those old men to follow Bonaparte's pace and try not to conflict with Jerome Bonaparte. Grand Marshal, why do you want to help Jerome Bonaparte? The servant asked in confusion. I help him? Soult said with a wry smile. How can I help him now? I'm telling my stupid subordinates not to die, otherwise they will die ugly. Soult learned about Jerome Bonaparte's determination in the dialogue with Jerome Bonaparte. He has no doubt that this nephew has the same determination as his uncle. If his subordinates have always been yin and yang, if it is violated, I'm afraid that we will meet the order of compulsory retirement. Riyadh1.com now send someone to Paris immediately. Let those guys see it. Marshal Soult said sternly to the servant. Yes. The servant turned and left, and Surt's body lay on the rocking chair again. The rocking chair swayed back and forth. Marshal Soult also entered the dream. In the dream, he returned to that era and followed the emperor he was loyal to. Soon the rocking chair stopped shaking. On November 7th, Jerome Bonaparte, who had left the town of Saint-Amand, returned to Paris after 4 days. At the same time, George Horseman, a senior official in the Seine province, also completed a comprehensive suppression of the municipal council. The first phase of the Paris project is gradually unfolding in the hands of Georges Horseman. In the first phase of the project plan, the first thing to do is to build a street that crosses the city in an east-west direction, and the extension of Rivoli Street has become the most important part of building an east-west city. On November 8, 1851, after a long discussion by the City Hall Committee, it was decided that Rivoli Street was extended by 800 meters on the original basis, and it was extended to the City Hall. In this way, the first main road in Paris to cross the city was successfully constructed. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 323 The End of an Era, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 323 French Special ****. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Paris is the heart of France, and all the useful reforms made in Paris will promote the development of the whole country. Let me try to beautify this great city, improve the lives of its citizens, and inspire them to discover new interests. Let me build a new street that runs through this Parisian district. cleaning up dense residential areas that lack new air and sunlight, and letting the beneficial sunlight pass through every wall as the light of truth shines in our hearts. Now I announce the official opening of the first phase of the urban renewal of Paris. On November 13th, 1851, at the invitation of George Haussmann, the then senior official of the Seine department, Jerome Bonaparte, wearing a cotton suit, faced the cold wind whistling from the north, and participated in the Paris City Hall. The opening ceremony of urban renewal was held. As soon as the opening ceremony began, the square outside the City Hall was flooded with people from Paris. With the passage of time, more and more people gathered at the town hall in the square. In order to prevent disturbances and stampedes caused by too many people, George Haussmann, a senior official of the Seine province, urgently dispatched staff from the city hall to the police department and requested the police department minister Martin Dup to dispatch enough people to go outside the city hall to maintain order at the venue. Police Minister Mapper immediately agreed to the request and immediately dispatched nearly 200 administrative police officers from 2 districts to the city hall to maintain order. With the coordination of more than 200 police officers, the originally slightly riotous crowd soon regained order. Then there was the scene of Jerome Bonaparte giving a speech in front of the town hall. Just now, after Jerome Bonaparte finished his speech, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the town hall square. People who have lived in Paris all year round have long been unable to bear the current environment in Paris, and they are eager to change the existing dirty and messy living environment. However, due to the inaction of successive governments, the transformation of Paris has been delayed again and again. Now finally someone can choose to take the responsibility of transforming Paris, leaving the people of Paris in a messy and crowded environment. How can this not be supported by them? Long live the emperor! Long live the empire! Shouted in an endless stream in the square. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and waved to the supporters outside the square. All his efforts were not to make Parisians support him more, thereby reducing the resistance of Parisians to the establishment of the empire. Facts have proved that the little bourgeois class is always the most conservative and most contented class. As long as they give them a little sunshine, they will feel satisfied. In the cheers of the little bourgeois, Jerome Bonaparte entered the city hall and left in a carriage from the back door of the city hall. The next thing only needs to be handed over to George Haussmann. Jerome Bonaparte, who was returning to the Tuileries Palace in a black open-top double-bridge carriage, just got off the car when he met Morne, the minister of the Seal. At this time, he was walking out of the Tuileries Palace in a hurry, and after seeing Jerome Bonaparte's car, he even quickened his pace to come to Jerome Bonaparte. What happened? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Morne suspiciously and asked, "Your Majesty." Morne whispered to Jerome Bonaparte's ear, "Marshal Soult is dead." "When did it happen?" Jerome Bonaparte asked in surprise. He was not surprised by Soult's death, but at the speed of Soult's death. It had only been less than half a month since Jerome Bonaparte and Marshal Soult met, and Marshal Soult died immediately, around 6 o'clock this morning. Morne continued. According to his servants, Marshal Soult lay down in bed after a hasty meal yesterday and told him, referring to the servants, that it was a little early tomorrow morning. Wake him up. Who knows, he won't wake up like this. Alas. Jerome Bonaparte sighed, lamenting the passage of time. Your Majesty, do we want to pay tribute? Morne asked again. Go. Jerome Bonaparte said decisively. We will not only go, but we will go with great fanfare. The people said hello and asked them to report the news of the death of Grand Marshal Soult as soon as possible, and the most important thing was to report on Soult's exploits, especially his exploits during the First Empire, and another batch of newspapers to report. Look at the tribulations that Soult endured during the Restoration dynasty and the July dynasty. Morne immediately understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. He wanted to use the favor that Soult received in the First Empire to contrast the harsh rules of the Restoration dynasty and the July dynasty. No one likes a boss who treats employees harshly. Hi. What a genius. Morne couldn't help but admire Jerome Bonaparte's forward thinking in guiding public opinion. Sometimes he really didn't understand why Jerome Bonaparte was able to know so many things and what was in his mind. How many quirky things are in there. I see. I'll go right away. Morne nodded in understanding. Just when Morne was about to leave, Jerome Bonaparte said again, by the way, there is one more thing. Try to let the newspaper serialize some works that do not involve too much political stance literature and the like. Too much comments on current affairs can easily make us passive. Morn looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. Minister Morny, have you ever raised a dog? Jerome Bonaparte asked Morn, who shook his head. Let's put it this way. Jerome Bonaparte tried to explain to Molny the theory of happiness in post-capitalist countries in short words. Dogs are animals. Unlike humans, they are very simple. Yes, as long as you give him a new ball, he will be able to play for a whole day, and the same is true for the people. If entertainment activities are properly released, the people's pursuit of politics will gradually decrease. This will not be more beneficial to us domination. Morny nodded understandingly. He seemed to have touched something different. Although the entertainment of the 19th century was far inferior to that of the 21st, Jerome Bonaparte still had a way of getting them to indulge in the original happiness by the way. Try to recruit a group of literary people who are willing to obey our management. It doesn't matter how much you write. As long as you can be obedient, I will be of great use. Jerome Bonaparte told Morny again. Jerome Bonaparte, who has experienced the era of big data, will use these shameless literati to develop a theory of cultural industry pleasure that belongs to France. Totally usable. It can even absorb nutrients from the motherland of France. Jerome Bonaparte needs a group of pens to help him realize the whimsical ideas that Jerome Bonaparte needs in his mind. At that time, the entire middle class in Paris will be immersed in the happiness theory of the cultural industry chain. Although Morn didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte wanted to do, when he noticed that Jerome Bonaparte's expression became more and more like a statement, Morn couldn't help feeling the whole body trembling. Your Majesty, isn't it due to awakening some bad hobby? Morny quickly took the order to leave. After Morny left, Jerome Bonaparte, who had returned to the study, once again recalled whether there were still loopholes in his theory of happiness. One of the newspapers that attracted the attention of Jerome Bonaparte. The entire newspaper was marked in German, probably from the German region. The newspaper, however, was about the protests against the Prussian dictatorship at the University of Berlin in Prussia. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed one of the most combative groups, the students. Students with a passionate heart are often at the forefront. Whether it is the February Revolution or the July Revolution, students have played an important role. Damn, we have to find a way. Jerome Bonaparte stood by the windowsill and pondered for a moment. An evil plan emerged from Jerome Bonaparte's mind, and he hurriedly took Moquet called over. Go to the Ministry of Education immediately and call Minister Perriot. Jerome Bonaparte said in a serious tone. Moquet, who received the order, acted quickly. About half an hour later, Perriot, Minister of Public Education, was brought before Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Jerome Bonaparte's sudden summons made Perriot confused for a while, and he cautiously asked Jerome Bonaparte, that's it? Jerome Bonaparte said to Perriot, I think the Ministry of Education should strengthen the control over the learning of middle school and university students. Riyadh 1. Our country must develop an educational power, the general line of education and prosperity. Jerome Bonaparte said a lot to Perriot, the core meaning of which is to ask Perriot to strengthen the learning between university and secondary school. The 4-year university plan must be strictly implemented, and no one may leapfrog. Jerome Bonaparte emphasized. Yes, Perriot couldn't help but mourned for the students. According to Jerome Bonaparte's method, the next life of the students of high school and university will be extraordinarily onerous. Tell those students, eating hardships, and hardships is the best. Enjoyment is reserved for those who are prepared. Young people should be full of vigor and should not be corrupted by freedom. Jerome Bonaparte said to Perriot. Perriot nodded and said that he would strictly follow Jerome Bonaparte's requirements. As a result, a regulation called the Perriot Education Law was born in 1852. This law, deeply hated by students, will run through the 19th century and even the 20th century. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https//4 the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the /favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 324 French special music, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 324, Marriage Candidates. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. On November 14, 1851, the Minister of the Seal of the Third Republic of France, de Morny, was ordered by Jérôme Bonaparte, the ruler of the French Republic, to go to the town of Saint-Amand to pay his respects to the deceased Marshal Soult. Shortly after Morny left Paris, news of Soult's death bombarded the whole of Paris. That afternoon, the whole of Paris knew the news of the death of Marshal Soult. Under the guidance of Jérôme Bonaparte, some Parisians spontaneously went to the Place de la Concorde to pray for the death of Marshal Soult. White candles were held in the hands of everyone who voluntarily participated in the prayer and lit candles lit up the Place de la Concorde point at the same time. Bishops from the Paris region were also invited to the main prayer ceremony in Place de la Concorde. Under the leadership of the bishop, the Parisians of the Place de la Concorde sang hymns together at 8 p.m. The prayers ended under the auspices of the Archbishop of Paris, and people also left the Place de la Concorde point. The Place de la Concorde, which was lively one moment ago, is deserted the next second point on November 15th. Under the note of Jérôme Bonaparte, the Legislative Council of the French Third Republic made an important decision point in view of Soult's outstanding contributions to France. Soult was chartered to enter the Invalides as a Grand Marshal. His body will be transported from the town of Saint-Amand to Paris, and his life will be completely ended by a state funeral. The proposal entered the second house after a show of hands by the Legislative Council, and the second house also passed unanimously at the behest of Jérôme Bonaparte. After both houses have passed, the Senate will communicate the final result to the people in the town of Saint-Amand Point. In order to show respect for the will of the people, Jérôme Bonaparte also randomly selected 10 people from each district to judge by means of a sampling survey. The vast majority of people believe that, although Marshal Soult made some mistakes, his achievements are not undeniable and should be given a generous burial. The results of the sample survey were also published in the newspapers in Paris. According to the principle of the overwhelming majority of democracy, no one objected to Jérôme Bonaparte's decision anymore. Jérôme Bonaparte told the opposition and military dissidents of his place in the hearts of Parisians in the name of democracy. Some of the element of opposition who were united by Jérôme Bonaparte's military reforms, after seeing Jérôme Bonaparte's fame, also gave up their plans to fight head-on. Some of the generals who had been favored by Soult also had a favorable impression of Jérôme Bonaparte. It could be said that no one in the whole of France dared to challenge the authority of Jérôme Bonaparte. On November 18th, Morny arrived at the town of Saint-Amand and immediately proceeded to transport Marshal Soult to Paris. P.S. The telegram was sent to Bordeaux faster than Morny arrived in Bordeaux. On November 20th, Marshal Soult's body was transported to Bordeaux by carriage and left by boat under the watchful eyes of all Bordeaux citizens. On November 21st, the body was escorted by the French fleet to the port of Calais. The mayor of Calais and the local garrison general went to the pier to receive the body of Marshal Soult. On November 22nd, the body arrived in Paris on the Paris-Calais transfer. Ministers and generals headed by Jérôme Bonaparte gathered under the Arc de Triomphe to wait for the arrival of the corpse. The body of Marshal Soult arrived near the Arc de Triomphe at 10 o'clock in the morning. Jérôme Bonaparte waved his hand. Play music. The military band began to play the expedition songs of the First Empire. They stood on both sides of the Arc de Triomphe on horseback in the uniform of the First Empire Hussars. In the middle of each two horses was a private soldier with a Mignet rifle, and dressed in the First Empire line. Infantry unit in military uniform. The former First Empire seems to have gradually revived in France, and some of the generals who participated in the expedition even sobbed softly. The carriage containing the body of Marshal Soult was parked under the Arc de Triomphe. Jérôme Bonaparte waved again, and more than a dozen strong soldiers came out. They gently lifted the coffin against their shoulders. The journey from the Arc de Triomphe to the Invalides will be resisted by their shoulders. Let's go. Jérôme Bonaparte looked very serious. He was wearing the emperor's imitation and wearing a Napoleon cap. He walked at the forefront of the team following Jérôme Bonaparte were the bishops of Paris, holding Bibles and crosses, chanting prayers incessantly. Behind the bishopric are generals and ministers, followed by coffins and soldiers. The journey from the Arc de Triomphe to the Invalides originally only took more than 20 minutes, but this time it took more than 40 minutes. Parisians who like to watch the lively still will not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The windowsill was full of people, and everyone glanced at Jérôme Bonaparte walking in front, and then at the beautifully carved coffin, and couldn't help but feel sad for Solt's death. After arriving at the Invalides, Jérôme Bonaparte stopped, and the team behind him also stopped. Jérôme Bonaparte came to the gate of the Invalides, looked at the closed Invalides in front of him, and knocked gently on the door. "Who is it?" The bishop's solemn voice came from the door. "Marshal of the French Empire, Marshal of France, Duke of Dalmatia Jean de Dussault." Jérôme Bonaparte also solemnly reported Solt's title. P.S. Funerals in the 19th century were cumbersome, especially when they were state funerals. The funeral used here is the funeral held in Austria after the death of the last Habsburg Crown Prince Otto. It can be said to be a simplified version of a noble funeral. May the Lord. After the bishop said a lot again, the closed door of the Invalides opened, and the cardinal appeared in front of Jérôme Bonaparte, and made an inviting gesture. Jérôme Bonaparte set off again. In addition to the line infantry and hussars, the team behind Jérôme Bonaparte moved simultaneously. The coffin of Marshal Soult came to the coffin of Emperor Napoleon. The cardinal once again explained the life of Marshal Soult, and everyone present prayed. At the same time, the line infantry outside the door also raised their guns and shot into the sky. They were saying their last farewell to Marshal Soult. Standing on the highest steps, Jérôme Bonaparte looked at his uncle's coffin, which was only a step away from him, and couldn't help but swear in his heart, "Wait. I will make the empire great again." After the prayer, Jérôme Bonaparte and other government officials left the Invalides on November 23rd. A letter from London crossed the English Channel to Jérôme Bonaparte. The owner of the letter was the few remaining generals from the previous era, namely the Duke of Wellington. Jérôme Bonaparte was very surprised that the Duke of Wellington could write. It stands to reason that the Duke of Wellington is about to leave, so why sent him a letter? Jérôme Bonaparte opened the letter with curiosity. In addition to his sorrow for the death of Marshal Soult, the content of the letter was that he hoped that France would be friendly with Britain under his rule. Wellington hopes that the mistakes made by the previous generation can be corrected by the next generation, and the tragedy cannot be repeated. Seeing the letterhead of Britain's number 1 between the lines in front of him, Jérôme Bonaparte showed a cold war at the corner of his mouth, and then threw the letter into the drawer. No matter when, Britain could never let go of its lofty face. Afterwards, Jérôme Bonaparte politely wrote to Wellington. In the letter, in addition to thanking the Duke of Wellington for his relationship with Marshal Soult, he also hoped that Wellington would take care of himself, and at the same time, "I also hope that the friendship between Britain and France will continue." The letterhead was sent to the Duke of Wellington through Rothschild's secret channels. On November 25th, Jérôme Bonaparte, who had been busy for more than half a month, finally had his own free time. Just when Jérôme Bonaparte was preparing for an outing with Eugenie, Walewski suddenly appeared in front of Jérôme Bonaparte, after disappearing for nearly 2 months. With a tired face, he looked at Jérôme Bonaparte in front of him, and forced a smile. "Your Majesty, regarding your wedding, I, Minister de Louis and Princess Mathilde have already found out," Walewski said to Jérôme Bonaparte. "So soon. Who is it?" Jérôme Bonaparte looked at Walewski in astonishment, with screamed out these after communication. Walewski reported to Jérôme Bonaparte the suitable candidate to become the queen, Carolina Vacha, the former Swedish princess of UU. Reading www.urkanshu.com, who was born in 1833, is now just 18 years old, and is currently living under the protection of the Habsburg family. 18 years old? Jérôme Bonaparte's mouth twitched slightly. If he had not reached the legal age for marriage in his previous life, isn't the age a little too young? Not too small? Said Walewski to Jérôme Bonaparte. Anyone else? Jérôme Bonaparte asked again. Yes. Walewski reported to Jerome Bonaparte again that the candidates for the other queens were the niece of Queen Victoria, the daughter of the King of Sardinia, and the King of Württemberg, daughter of Jerome Bonaparte, daughter of the Kingdom of Sardinia. If Jerome Bonaparte's memory is not disturbed, he in the history of OTL married her under the pressure of his cousin Louis Napoleon, but she seems to be younger many. He subconsciously asked, how old is she now? Walewski's face was full of embarrassment. 8 years old. Gan. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https://Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https://Make France Great Again txt download address. https://Make France Great Again mobile read. https:// For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 325. Marriage candidates, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 325. Cavour and Bonaparte. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Can you still do it? 8 years old? Do you think Leo Tzu is one of those Catholic bishops? Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but rebuke Walewski. Although it is said that the eldest princess of the Sardinian kingdom is a virtuous wife in the history of OTL, that is also 9 years later Jerome Bonaparte, who was annoyed, put his hands behind his back, paced back and forth in the study for 2 laps, and then reprimanded in front of Walewski. 8-year-old queen, if it is spread out I'm afraid they won't die from laughing. Walewski lowered his head and pretended to listen carefully to Jerome's criticism from their point. Why did he put this name on the backup list in the first place? Walewski suddenly remembered that the Minister of Agriculture gave him a gem and then asked him to add the princesses of the Sardinian dynasty to the list of candidates. Point. When he found out that the age of the Princess of Sardinia was tricky, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Sardinia was negotiating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the French Republic, and then Walewski reported to Jerome Bonaparte, and then prayed to the Emperor in his heart. The Kingdom of Sardinia will not be drawn. Who would have thought that he really asked about the Sardinian princess? I can't control my hand. There was some remorse in Walewski's heart, and he could only bite the bullet and put all the blame on a certain agriculture minister. You saying that you were deceived by the Minister of Agriculture of the Kingdom of Sardinia? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Walewski suspiciously. He didn't believe this statement. That's right. I do have a lot of responsibility for this. Walewski sincerely apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. He knew when to hide and when to be honest, and then this question does not involve fundamental interests, and on the question of the Queen, France has many choices. I would like to know who can deceive you? Jerome Bonaparte is sure that the person who can deceive Walewski will never be unknown in Italian history. His name is Cavour. He is currently the Minister of Agriculture of Sardinia. However, I heard that he has a good relationship with the King of Sardinia. There are rumors that he is likely to be the Prime Minister of Sardinia. Key explained to Jerome Bonaparte. Cavour? Jerome Bonaparte immediately showed a clear expression. He nodded in response. If it were him, then everything would be normal. Your Majesty, do you know him? Walewski looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously and asked. I barely know him. He's a great character. Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski vaguely. If the first hero of Italian unification is Louis Napoleon and his French army, then the second hero of Italy is undoubtedly the Count of Cavour, and the rest of Mazzini and Garibaldi can be tied for third. Being able to persuade France to join the war against Austria through diplomatic means is the key to the unification of Italy. Cavour was able to use Napoleon III's own expansion desire to use Nice and Savoy as bait to make Napoleon III willingly send troops, and at the most at a critical time, it decisively annexed the central Italian state. This insight and courage is absolutely beyond the capabilities of human beings. If it weren't for the fact that the Sardinian kingdom itself had a big shortcoming, Savoy and Nice would probably not have been annexed by France. By that time, Cavour would have completely turned into a country where France would not pay. People like this used professional diplomacy with their minds and hearts. How could Walewski be Cavour's opponent? Jerome Bonaparte's evaluation of Kava made Walewski feel cautious in his heart. After thinking carefully for a moment, Walewski also realized that Kava was taking advantage of his eagerness to achieve success mentality, to be successful. So what is his purpose? Did he really want the 8-year-old princess to be the queen? Walewski frowned. Kava was the toughest guy he had ever encountered. Where is Kava now? France. Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski again. The wrinkled brows of Walewski, who had recovered, stretched again, and he quickly responded, "Yes, Your Excellency." This old fox. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and shook his head, then said to Walewski, "Wait a while, go to Kava's residence in Paris, and invite you in your name tomorrow morning. He will go hunting in the Bois de Boulogne." Yes. Although Walewski did not understand why Jerome Bonaparte invited Kava, he chose to carry out Jerome Bonaparte's orders. "Your Majesty, which one do you want to start with first?" Walewski asked again about Jerome Bonaparte's marriage. "Let's start with Karolina Vacha." Jerome Bonaparte resolutely chose the simplest descendant of the fallen Swedish royal family, and then reminded, "Don't talk to Vacha directly, they don't care about their marriage at all. I can decide. The most important thing is to talk to the Austrian Foreign Minister Felix Schwarzenberg. As long as he agrees, the negotiation is half done." The reason why OTL failed in history is probably because the diplomats ignored the influence of the Habsburgs on Karolina Vacha. A 17-year-old child, she herself has no choice at all. Understood. Walewski nodded and replied, "I will tell the truth to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Also, Futeng should be more careful. If Karolina Vacha can't do it." Jerome Bonaparte warned again. Walewski nodded again to show his understanding. When he was about to leave the study, Jerome Bonaparte's voice came again. "As for the invitation to Kava, don't go there in person. Let a servant invite you." That's it. Yes. In the early morning of November 26th, the Sardinian embassy in France, Count Kava, "Do you really want to go to the Bois de Boulogne?" A diplomat who looked like an envoy asked a bloated fat man with a round face and a pair of transparent glasses on the bridge of his nose. "How can I miss the appointment at the invitation of the master, fatty?" "No, it should be said," that Count Kava responded with a simple and honest smile on his face. "Now, they have found out that you lied about your age, and I'm afraid they are going to ask for guilt. You should go back to China." The daughter reported to France through bribes. No matter how she thought about it, Francis would never choose a girl who was only 8 years old. "Xingxi?" asks Sin. Kava took off his glasses and breathed lightly on the mirror. Since it was already winter, the water vapor was condensed on the mirror the moment he exhaled, and the mirror was blurred. He took it out again. He took a handkerchief and wiped the mirror gently and responded slowly, "I think they are inviting the past to discuss something, and the people who should come will probably be there." The mirror surface cleaned by Kava was clearer than before, and Kava put the glasses on the bridge of his nose again. "What's the matter?" The minister did not understand what Kava meant. "Secret." Kava responded mysteriously, "To tell you the truth, the reason why I went to France this time was to undertake the secret mission that His Majesty gave me." "Would you like to hear it?" "Haha." The envoy dryly said, "Forget it. Arrange a carriage, I'll use it later." Kava put away his smile and responded to the envoy with a serious expression. "Yes." The envoy responded quickly. Under the preparation of the minister, the carriage quickly stopped at the gate of the embassy. The Count of Kava left in a carriage. After the carriage left the embassy, it moved to the southwest along the banks of the Seine. Due to the widening and repairing of the Rivoli Street, the carriage had to go all the way to the Bois de Boulogne. It only took more than 20 minutes. The journey took nearly 40 minutes. When Kava's carriage came to the edge of the Bois de Boulogne, 2 hussars stopped Kava's carriage. The hussar approached Kava's carriage and said indifferently, "Come with me." The carriage followed the hussars into the Bois de Boulogne and soon came to a house deep in the Bois de Boulogne. In the evening above the house, wisps of white smoke lit from the chimney. The hussars turned over and dismounted, and Kava also opened the dullness and came to the front of the house. Riyadh1.com Please come in. The 2 armed soldiers guarding the door of the house quickly opened the door. After seeing Kava's arrival, Kava entered the room, and in this humble Igbo room with only a carpet, a fireplace and a few chairs, Cava saw the person he was looking for this time. Monsieur Cava, we have met, said Jerome Bonaparte in a flat tone. Your Majesty the Emperor. Cava bowed deeply to Jerome Bonaparte and addressed Jerome Bonaparte as Emperor. I'm not an emperor yet. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the seat beside him and said to Cava, sit down. Cava sat on Jerome Bonaparte point. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Cava up and down. Compared with the historical portrait, Cava's figure was obviously much fatter. I have to admit that an excellent painter is also a PS feeling. Tell me, why do you recommend an 8-year-old princess? Could it be that your Sardinian kingdom is so lonely that you need an 8-year-old princess to marry? Jerome Bonaparte sneered. This means that Our Majesty attaches great importance to you, His Majesty the Emperor. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https:/Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https:// For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the \favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 326 Cava and Bonaparte, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.